So you can see that, and you can take just a minute right now and write down your questions on what you might ask someone about the help they're being offered. Someone experiencing homelessness, what would you ask them about the help they've been offered? We had these on the tables yesterday. We got some lovely, some beautiful questions that really spoke to the heart. This person also decorated theirs. You probably can't see it. Oh, there, it's right there. Awesome. Yay. I mean, you can see the questions. They're really great. What do you need most? What would help you think about tomorrow? Have you been treated with respect? Do you get the follow-ups you need? So that's one of several that we got yesterday. And we're going to ask that, if you don't mind, leave these behind when you leave the conference. We'll have a bin outside for you to, or out the door there for you to leave them. And these are really powerful questions, and will help guide the work. So thank you. Good morning. Hello. I'm so glad to see everyone here again today. Thank you guys. We're going to get started. So, if everyone will take their seat, we're going to go over some housekeeping first. We've got a great lineup. It's going to be another packed day. So, we're excited for it. Hope you are too. We just wanted to welcome you into the space of South Central Foundation. We're in the NUCA Learning and Wellness Center. Beautiful space. So we have gratitude for our partner in this work, South Central. The housekeeping, first, we're going to be live streamed as yesterday on YouTube and also on our own Anchorage Coalition End Homelessness Facebook. On YouTube, you can catch it on @MOA meetings, and you can share that, with your friends if you want to make sure that they see a certain panel. Restrooms are out the main doors and through the atrium to the left. We've got 3 exits in this room on either side of the stage, and then if you go out the main door there, that's the 3rd exit from here, and in the atrium you can exit on either side. Coffee, thank you to Pilates. We've got free drip coffee in the back, as well as some hot water for tea. And in the atrium, there's a kiosk, and you can get your special lattes, etc. there. Lunch is going to be at 12:15. We're delighted to have Turkish Delight prepare a buffet-style meal. We're going to have some opportunity for some questions today, and on your tables you've got half pages, and feel free to write questions whenever they come to you. We've got with us today AmeriCorps, 8 AmeriCorps members who are part of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, and they're branded mainly in their gray, but they're going to be around the room. If you've got a question, really about anything, you can hold up your hand or hold up your half sheet of paper, and they'll come around and collect it. So with that, and once again, I forgot to say my name, I think. I'm Lisa Deemer, and I'm part of the team at the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. Turning it over to my colleague with the municipality, Allie Hartman.
Thank you, Lisa. A round of applause for Lisa. And let's also give it up for the Anchorage Coalition team, who had a really amazing program yesterday focused on coordinated entry that is really grounding today's conversation in a system that puts people first. My name is Allie Hartman. I work for the Anchorage Assembly Legislative Services Office, and I'm really glad to have engaged in a partnership with the mayor's office and the coalition team to bring this program together. And thank you so much for participating. Quick show of hands, who all attended yesterday's portion of, oh my gosh, the program. So some of this is sounding like a repeat, and so we'll freshen it up as we close out the housekeeping items. Today's day 2. We've got a packed agenda with lots to sink our teeth into, and so we have some expectations to set. For decorum, we are creating a welcoming climate with respect for everyone. Please refrain from speaking out of turn, shouting, pacing, etc. Your engagement, though, your energy really feeds the entire program, so bring on the laughter, the clapping, all of that is very welcome. If there is an actual disruption, we will give a warning. And if the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. And we, again, have a packed room here today. So we do have some seating all throughout the room. We can even bring out more chairs. If you did not register to attend today's event, I'm going to ask that you just hold back when we break for lunch so that everyone who registered can circulate through, grab lunch, and we'll have more than enough for everyone. So thank you for your patience there. If you're viewing this on the live stream, hello, our live stream viewers. All of our materials, as well as the program and speaker bios, are available on the municipality's website at ankgov.info/summit. And as we begin, we recognize that we are gathered on unceded Dena'ina lands and are grateful for the past, present, and future stewardship of the Dena'ina. Please welcome our partner, Yvonne Humphrey, who is the Director of Policy and Planning at the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, for a formal land acknowledgement. Thank you, Yvonne.
Good morning. Good morning. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the Indigenous people of a place. It's a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present Indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It's an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It's with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, the innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To kick off the day, we'll hear from a number of municipal leaders and our partners. So it is my pleasure to welcome our mayor, Suzanne LaFrance.
I guess that's on. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Wow, you know, I heard that the turnout was great, but I didn't know it was this great. This is amazing. Thank you all for being here today as we work together to turn the tide on homelessness. It is so heartening to see the number of folks in this room and to know that none of us are alone in our dedication to making an impact on this issue. Homelessness, as we know, can be a complex issue, or really a series of issues. And I've come to appreciate that when we're talking about homelessness, we're usually talking about several different things. We're talking about housing and the fact that we need a whole lot more of it. We're talking about access to healthcare and helping people in crisis. We're talking about public safety and how we keep our streets, sidewalks, and green spaces safe for everyone who lives here. These are big challenges, but they're also big opportunities. The good news is we're in the room together. We've got a plan, and we're committed to action. This work is a top priority of my administration. We've been working on it since day one. I'm committed to seeing more housing, year-round shelter, and a lot fewer people sleeping outside. As we get started, I want to thank the many members of our municipal team who are here today, from police and fire to parks and rec to health and our mayor's office team. Thank you for your tireless commitment to our community. I want to thank our partners on the Assembly and the Coalition for hosting this event with us and demonstrating the value of partnership. And thank you to South Central Foundation CEO, April Kyle, the Board of Directors, and the leaders and staff of South Central Foundation for hosting this convening and for the incredible array of health and social services they provide to our community. And I want to thank the community providers in this room who are doing this on-the-ground work every day. And thanks to all of you for caring about our community and rolling up your sleeves alongside of us. It is truly a privilege to be your mayor, and I'm looking forward to the work we're going to do together. Thank you again for being here today. It is truly uplifting and exciting to feel this energy and to see all of you today. So thank you so much, and it is now my pleasure to introduce the Chair of the Assembly, Christopher Constant.
Good morning, everybody. Boy, am I glad to be here. I have been working in this space either as an assembly member for 8 years this next month, or as a member of the community since probably 2008. And so that's a long time. And you hear in the community, you're a member of the assembly, you've been there a long time, you own this problem. And I kind of laugh at that and think out that no, we actually all own this problem. And I was driving here this morning, coming up Tudor from downtown through Midtown, And the sun was rising over the mountains, and I had to squint my eyes. It was so bright. That's where I want to start. But the reality of our situation still feels not that bright. I'm going to tell a little story about my experience in working on this issue. It probably started best with Johnny Ellis at the Fairview Community Council. Senator Johnny Ellis, kind of walking in and working with that community, my community, the council I was part of when I first got involved, to try to figure out what are we going to do. You know, he was working on kind of a twofold process. One was increases to our public safety through a review of the Title 47 process to make sure there were options for people who were struggling and could not manage on their own. But at the same time, he was working on compassionate efforts to ensure that we have a place for people to go, that we start the first wave of housing first in our town, that we figure out how to be compassionate in our response to these big challenges. And so I want to talk about hewing the line between common sense and compassion. So when I began my work, the old Brother Francis shelter was the place where everybody sent all of their homeless issues in this town. There was 1 acre, 1,000-foot grid, as APD uses a grid, or AFD uses a grid system in our town, that housed everyone that this city could drive to that place because it was better there than in our neighborhood. That was at least the theory. And what that turned into was something amazing to witness. That one grid had 50,000 calls for service to EMS, police, fire. 50,000 calls for service. The average calls for service in the 1,000 grids in Anchorage was 50. It's an absolute insane phenomenon to think we created a system where there was that level of difficulty and kind of horror in people's lives. And in fact, that space became the waiting system for our behavioral health care program, the waiting room for the services that were never going to come. True tragedy. That said, there was a committed administration that came in and said, we're going to do things differently. We're going to make some investments. And they brought together a group of funders. It was Rasmussen Foundation, it was Providence, it was Primera, and it was Widener, who invested of their own money about $8 to $10 million. They committed that we're going to do things differently. And I'll say early in the implementation of the Housing First program, I was in the Fairview community and I was rebutting the fact that every service to serve individuals who are experiencing homelessness or indigency of any kind was going to be in the North District of town, in the heart of our downtown, that no other neighborhood was going to participate in the solutions of this town. I didn't rebut the Housing First model. I was rebutting the decision that it should all be in one place. But one thing that we learned was that Housing First program that went in, that was the Red Nose Inn, that became the Carlick Manor, worked amazingly. People stopped dying. People had a place to be. 56 people. It was amazing to see the change that happened in that little corner of downtown when there was a facility that was open to meet their needs. So that at least proved to us that there was a way forward. But then who remembers what happened in 2019? In 2019, we've been in an economic crisis in Alaska since really 2008, but for sure since 2015. For some reason, we have money for certain things, but we don't have money for education, and we certainly didn't in 2019 have money to address the homeless crisis. And so the governor decided to veto funds that had historically supported Catholic social services, and all of a sudden, the Park Strip downtown became Anchorage's homeless services location. And boy, when you move a couple hundred individuals experiencing homelessness into a park in the middle of town, things get warm, and not the good kind of warm. And in fact, we've seen that warmth, that cycle play itself out now probably 4 times since then. First, it was Town Square Park, and then it was the Sullivan Arena, and then it was 3rd Avenue, the old Native Services site, and now it's Davis Park and the snow dump site in Mountain View. This cycle has continued on, and probably has happened for at least 25 years on an escalating basis. And the reality is Anchorage has had to face these economic challenges fairly alone. Why? Because the state has cut back the funding to support these services, and the feds, we have come to understand, have never invested properly or equitably in the responses that we face. When the Sullivan Arena opened in the pandemic 5 years ago this week, 5 years ago this week. Can you imagine it's been 5 years since that disaster? Anchorage had a major shift in its thinking about how we're going to address this problem. Anchorage, for the first time, made real financial investments. Anchorage took some of its federal support and said, we're going to do something to end this. And what were we going to do? We're going to support shelter, but really we're going to provide housing. And how did we do it? We bought as many hotels that we could afford, and we converted them into housing units across this town by the hundreds. In fact, through the work of the coalition and the municipality at this time, we were awarded by HUD for being the most aggressive community in America, the United States of America, in setting up housing for individuals experiencing homelessness. That's really something. That's a game change. That is the way forward. But of course, it's not enough. And it's not enough because Anchorage is left trying to do everything that we can for a statewide population of individuals coming through our town, experiencing vulnerability, while our state and federal partners don't do their part. But there is hope. There is hope in that story. Here's the hope. So I don't know how this happened. If you know me, you know I come from a certain political persuasion. I have values and beliefs that are one way, not so much the other way. But I have built a true and dedicated partnership on the issue of homelessness with Senator Dan Sullivan. We have no air gap between us on the question of how we're going to resolve this problem. And let me tell you what the problem is. Here's the problem. HUD, which is a major funder across the country of housing and homelessness supports, has based its funding for the continuum of care across America on a formula that was established just after the Great Depression, before Alaska was a state. And that formula benefits high population areas because the funding follows your local population, your number of people in your community, not, as you might think, the number of individuals experiencing homelessness in a community. Like, target the resources where it's needed. And so a couple of years ago, the coalition brought the Houston Coalition up for a tour, and it was awesome to see what they were doing. They have been held out as the model in America for how we solve homelessness. What we couldn't do if we had the resources that they have. So as a matter of benchmark at that time, they received $15,000 per individual that they identified as homeless. That cash from the federal government to their coalition. And about $15,000 of rental assistance vouchers per person, to the tune of $47 million of cash and $47 million of rental vouchers for their 3,500 individuals who experience homelessness in their town of about 4,000 people. 4,000 people experiencing homelessness. We, on the other hand, have a very similar number. It might be a little bit smaller because our point-in-time count is, of course, done in winter when it's really cold outside and people are housed as best as we can, so the numbers are skewed. We receive a total of $4 million from the federal government. And people ask, why do we have all of these people sleeping in our streets? It's because year in and year out, there are jurisdictions in this country over a 5-year period who received $500 million where we would have received 20, and we have the same number of people on the street. And the state has had its challenges, which means that the solutions and the challenges we face are ours and ours alone to fix and to find an answer to, until such a time as Senator Sullivan, Senator Murkowski, now the Alaska legislature, a majority, the Anchorage Assembly and the administration have Congress hear us and fund the services that we need. What could we do if we had $15,000 per person annually plus $15,000 of rent per person? We would, like Houston, be the leader in this country writ large. So I'm supposed to give a motivational, inspirational talk here. It's a little tricky facing that environment, but I want to reiterate this, that this city, this municipality, has funded hundreds of housing units and will continue to fund at every chance we can. The mayor has demonstrated and clearly stated that the plan is 10,000 housing units. If we don't have housing, we have people in the streets. If we have housing, we have a place to send people. It's simple logic. But before that comes to play, there's one thing that we need to do. We need to ensure that there is close coordination between the government, the funders, the providers, the communities that are experiencing the harms, the people who are on the streets. We need to ensure that that coordination happens, because that is our strength in this small town. Everybody knows everybody by at least only one step removed. We can get things done, whether it's between us and the federal government, us and the state government, you and the police, the assembly, and you name it. The reality is, the closer we coordinate, the better we get, the more we do the thing that we've excelled at, which is house people, get them on the streets, fulfill the promise that the services that they need will be there so that they can make that transition from the streets into a place that serves their needs, whether it's a Housing First program, transitional housing program, a housing program with supports, a medically fragile community, whatever it needs to be, we can do this, and we are doing it. That's the piece I want you to understand. We are doing this work. You are doing this work, and you should be celebrated for it. That's it. As I rode here, I drove here in my car, the sun was rising over that mountain, and I was nearly blinded by the brightness. And despite the challenges and struggles, it's morning because you're here doing this work. So I just want to say thank you to you all, and I hope you have a great day today. And now I get to introduce my peers who I love working with, Cameron Presverdia and Randy Salt. Please come on up.
Thank you, Chris. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello. I want you to practice something for me. Those of you that don't know me may not know that I grew up in Utqiagvik, formerly known as Barrow. And in Barrow, when it's morning time, we say, Uvlalotak. Can you say Uvlalotak? Very good. Well, good morning to you. Thank you for having us here today and giving Randy and I just a few minutes to talk. The history lesson that we just received was amazing. Thank you, Chris. It was really, it's important to know where we've been and how we've gotten to where we are today. The progress is exciting. I've been on the Assembly for 6 years, and I remember what it was like 6 years ago. And I'm really excited about the things that we've accomplished as a city over the last 6 years. The housing units we've brought on, the Third Avenue Navigation Center, the Complex Care Center, the real work of building the infrastructure to make a difference in this community, and you all have been a part of that. So thank you very much. And I'm excited about the future. I'm excited about the work we will do together. And I think about my hometown, Utqiagvik, when I look in this room. I think about the community coming together to take care of each other. I think about the community coming together in times of need and being there to work together to find solutions. And that makes me feel very warm to look at all of you and to see that happening in this room. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to keep my comments very short. But I wrote this down, and actually someone gave this to me. I love it. When you want to move fast, go alone. When you want to go far, go together. I'm so glad we're here together to do this work, and I'm feeling really hopeful about the next few years. So thank you, and I'm going to introduce my partner in crime, Mr. Randy Sultan.
Thank you. So I guess that means I get to use his extra time. So first thing I'm going to do is Cameron and I are on the Housing and Homeless Committee, is I'm going to read our mission statement, okay? Some of you may not know that. So the Housing and Homeless Committee focuses on legislative policy and resource allocation matters related to housing and homeless in Anchorage. The committee serves as a key public interface of the Assembly on issues surrounding homelessness and affordable housing in collaboration with municipal departments such as Anchorage Health Department, Parks and Recs, and the Anchorage Police Department. It also engages with the mayor's office, including the homeless coordinator, to align efforts and address community needs. The reason why I say that is I know Cameron and I are aligned, the administration's aligned, that we all are getting back into our swim lanes. We're understanding our roles. We're trying not to overreach. We're not experts in everything. We don't have the authority to do everything, so we're trying to stay in those lanes. So as co-chairs of Housing and Homeless Committee, we're curious about the network of providers, policymakers, and residents doing this work. We want to, and we think the entire community could benefit from an understanding of how we all can work together, again, in our roles, in our swim lanes, while respecting the unique challenges and perspectives that each person, organization, and experience brings to each lane of work. So I'm going to ask, how many of you have heard of Central Lutheran Church? Excellent. So you've also heard of In Our Backyard. Okay. So my first introduction to the In Our Backyard concept was I went down to Santa Barbara with my wife, and we saw Dignity Moves. And so we park on the street, I get out of the car, and the first thing I do is I'm standing in the middle of the street, downtown Santa Barbara, with my phone, and I do a 360 video. And I'm like, find the shelter. Because you can't find the shelter, because it's not a shelter. It blends right in. And what it is, so you know the concept. It's essentially, let's say, 10 by 10 spaces that person lives in. Lockable, locker, bed, pretty simplistic. But what it does, and what I saw when I was there, was that sense of ownership in space, the accomplishment of owning that space. It provided a sense of community. It provided self-worth to these people. You know, one of the things I noticed was each of the homes had been modified. You know, there are plants outside. No, you guys put the plants there. Like, no, we didn't put the plants there. That's the residents. The residents put the plant there. They're taking care of the plants. So if you can take care of a plant, guess what else you can probably take care of? Yourself. So that's on that path to get out of homelessness. And I can't say enough about it, and I honestly think tiny homes in our community are a pathway for the younger generation to start entering home ownership and have that sense of pride and that sense of community. And you go around the lower 48, and there are some really cool examples of tiny homes and those communities. So we all have that role to play. However, it's not down to one person or one organization. It takes all of us to work together. And I'm really pleased to see the mayor's strategy. That's the plan with the, I believe it's 100-day, 6-month, and 12-month goals related to health, housing, data, and funding coordination. And also with that, we have the behavioral health roadmap. And that's kind of like the list of who to call, which is super valuable because communication is key. And if you're homeless, who do you call? There's so many ways to enter the system, but what's the right way to enter the system? And as providers, you need to know that network as well. So when someone approaches you, it may not be your bailiwick, but you know who to call and you can direct them in the right place versus, I don't know, good luck. For our part, it's the Assembly's role to understand that strategy and provided needed or clarifying legislation that'll aid the municipality, and we control the financial purse strings of the municipality by making informed decisions about policy investment towards real and measured success. It's our role to hear from the community, hear from you, to learn about those needs, and to work collaboratively on solutions that can actually make a difference. We help to enable the process of government, nonprofit, and private enterprise. So it's fitting that this event comes together out of a partnership alongside the mayor's office and the Coalition End Homelessness. And we are proud to offer the moment to align, to all point in one direction. So one of my other analogies is, got brought into a boardroom and everyone's arguing and so forth. And they're like, Randy, what should we do? So, well, what I see is the room's dark and there's 12 flashlights pointing all over the place. What we want is all 12 flashlights pointing in one place. What I really want is 11 of those flashlights turned off. One flashlight pointing in one direction with 12 hands on it. And that's what we're trying to get to. So with that, I'd like to thank our partners at South Central Foundation for this great facility, probably the best I've seen in Anchorage. And I know I speak for the staff and the assembly. I'd love to have your engineers come down to the assembly chambers at Lusac Library and give it a once-over. So with that, let's give a big, warm welcome for Michelle Baker, Executive Vice President for Behavioral Health Services here at South Central Foundation.
Good morning. How are you all doing this morning? Good. Like I said, my name is Michelle Baker. I'm one of the executive vice presidents at South Central Foundation, supporting the Behavioral Services Division. And I'd just like to, thank the municipality, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness for hosting this summit. And we are happy to partner and offer this space. It is great to see so many familiar faces and people we partner with in the community to support those individuals that are unsheltered. We know that, yesterday, I enjoyed yesterday's session. These are our friends. These are our family members. These are people that we care about in the community. And it is so great to see a room full of people that care so much and have the heart to do all that we can to support these individuals to get housed and receive the case management and support they need to live their best lives. And just want to thank you, and I look forward to the rest of this summit today. And as a healthcare provider, we are doing all that we can. Yesterday, there was a lot of conversation about case management, the huge need for more case management in our community. And we are trying our best as a healthcare provider to grow and expand our services. For those of you that were driving on Tudor and Elmore, you see our new 100,000 square foot facility going up that will, that's called Yeshchesta in Denina. That means I am safe place. And this facility will be our new 23-hour crisis stabilization, crisis residential, expanded detox, and specialty behavioral health to support individuals that need a safe place to go. And the manager, if you raise your hand, Megan, she's the manager of that program. And many of you are familiar with our Kiana Clubhouse program downtown and our intensive case management program. And we are in the process of design planning to grow and expand those two programs at our location on 225 Eagle Street to double the number of individuals that we are able to support with both community-based support in the community and milieu-based services, and look forward to connecting with many of you on how we can partner together to continue to meet customer owner needs in the community. So thank you.
And good morning, everyone. It is absolutely fantastic to see so many people in the room. Many of you from yesterday, so welcome to day 2. And those of you who day 2 is your day 1, welcome. I hope if I were actually not on the agenda, I would be in the back of the room making little tick marks on how many times people say welcome today and how many of these openings you're going to have. I promise you'll have like 3 more, so don't worry. I've given away the secrets. But I am incredibly grateful to have all of you here in the room. And I am honored to introduce our kind of MC for the day and someone that is going to kind of help ground what we're doing today and our programming. I am introducing Miss Shirley May Springer Staten, the Executive Director for Keys to Life. Shirley participated with the municipality in setting up a series of facilitated dialogues that really sprang from myself and Thea's work in engaging with community councils, our faith organizations, and just community members that would show up at the mayor's office and wanted to have conversation about what are we doing? What is our work? What is the strategy? What are the actions? Often those conversations would be interesting, excited, full of energy, sometimes maybe a little angry. But what we found at the end of those conversations is there was always the ask, what can I do? What makes sense for our community? And that was the thing that when people say, why did you take this job? It was that. It is that thing. It is the representation of Anchorage in if my car is broken down, and my flasher's on, I give it 12 minutes, someone's gonna stop and help me. It's the same with this situation. It is the same with homelessness. People feel very strongly. It is very emotional. It is very personal. But at the end of the day, I have not had one person not say, how can I help? Those solutions will look very different. The description of the problem feels very different. And to help anchor us and ground us, Shirley willingly stepped in and facilitated roughly 6 meetings with different community partners that helped to ground what the experience of homelessness is like for their community. For some, it was our folks with lived experience, where homelessness is very personal and the conversation feels very different than if I'm a community member who is hosting a number of service providers. My experience of homelessness living in my community as a host feels very different than if I live in Mountain View and I am hosting my unhoused neighbors now for 3 years. We really wanted to have the opportunity for all of those voices to be heard and for solutions to come forward based on what does it really mean from your lens and your perspective. And I am grateful that Shirley was willing to step in and do that work for the municipality in facilitating those dialogues. Shirley has a long history of supporting individuals that are experiencing homelessness and just those that are disproportionately represented in all of the buckets, all of those things that we call ACEs, and saying, how do I bring art, culture, and voice to those individuals? And how do I make the space beautiful for them to feel comfortable and safe to have those conversations? That's represented in the art that she brought forward for today and in the dialogues that she had with many of you. So I am incredibly grateful and honored to bring up Miss Shirley May to ground us in the work that she has done through our community toolkit. So please give her another welcome. So that's only 2 more welcomes to go.
And I'll be your friend. The one time you get to sing and engage with me, and not like listen to me, okay? You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. You just call on me, sister, when you need it. Come on. Somebody to, David, you have to sing. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Okay, so Keys to Life is a nonprofit that's began in 2015. And what we do, we use the arts to bring people together across our community and around our community. And for us, it is the perfect way of engaging our communities across the divides. That song, Lean on Me, I was sitting at Brother Francis' shelter maybe 4 or 5 years ago in the art room, and there was this man came in and he picked up his guitar. His name was Alvin, and he started to play that song. And he and I sat and sang that song. Well, when I was in Brother Francis a few weeks ago, to collect the art on the back of the wall, I learned that Alvin had died. He had died during the year that the 50 people who were homeless died. So it's important to bring those voices and their energy into the room. The art that you see in the back of the room, please go back and not only look at it, but read it. Keys to Life started a project called What is the Meaning of Home? And inviting people from unhoused to tell us what home means. And they did visual art, they wrote songs, poems. And so I went back, this was in 2019. I went back and asked individuals to share with us what is home. And so those individuals' energy is in the back of the room. I recently heard, and this is important for me to say, someone say, nothing about us without us. Nothing about us without us. And so if you are currently homeless in this room, would you just kind of raise your hand? Okay. If you have been homeless, could you raise your hand? Thank you. Thank you for being here to be among this conversation, because that embodies that saying that I just read, nothing without us, about us without us. So I want to start briefly with this quote I saw last night. Most people never sit down and get to know a homeless person, but every homeless person is just a real person that was created by God. And it is the same kind of difference as us. They just have a different story. They just have a different story. I spent December, January, February, and March talking to individuals around our community about homelessness. Now, before I go into that, I want to say in full disclosure that I've never been homeless. So I don't know that experience. I've not walked, one of the piece of arts in the back is Walk a Mile in My Shoes. That was painted by a young man at Brother Francis Shelter when I went in 2 weeks ago. Then I looked up approximately how many miles do people walk? Not going any place. It's about 15 miles a day. They're just walking in motion. So I don't have that experience. But what I do have is wanting to know more. I'm curious of how to help. And so based on that, I took the position to ask questions and listen to what our community was saying. Now, this was a a sector of our community in terms of expressing their feelings around homelessness or unhoused. But I think if we had more of these, we would hear the same conversation. We developed a toolkit, and the toolkit had several questions. And in each conversation, I sort of rearranged the questions based on the participants in the room. I'll tell you the individuals, the communities that we started with, I just name out 6 of them. Mountain View Community Council, Midtown Community Council, Downtown Community Council. I had another test group, Central Lutheran Church, and the group that was the most interesting were a group of people who were from Davis Park. And I want to start with what they had to say. I'll tell you the basis to the questions that we asked. What is not working in our community around homelessness? What initiatives have you addressed to help with homelessness? And the reason why I took the job, what are some solutions? At Central Lutheran Church, which was my first conversation, I walked away so inspired. I'm going to tell you why. Because there's so many people in this community that are grassroots doing what they can to help. Dan, who's sitting in front, Leona, who's here, Pastor Marie, who's here, Terry, who's here, Terry's partner that's sitting there at Michelle's table. Yes, you're looking at me. And she's looking around like, are you talking to me? Yes. They all had profound conversations to share about what they are doing to support individuals who are unhoused. And these are grassroots efforts. The most among those were Julie in my backyard. I don't call them tiny houses. I don't call them little houses. They're houses. I'm not elevating them big, small. They're simply houses where people can go and be sheltered. And the most interesting part of it is that when Julie started this initiative and people heard about it, I went to her office. She has stacks of quilts. So when you get a space in one of those houses, you get a quilt. She had stacks. Yesterday, they had bins of individuals packing. She has stacks of bins in her office where people have donated everything you would need to start a house. Isn't that amazing? They just heard about it and said, this is what I can do. Yes, you can clap. And so people want to help and be engaged. And that's what I learned as I was listening to these different conversations. I said, I want to start with the conversation, those who are currently unhoused. It was held at Mountain View Rec Center. They stepped into the space and they had a lot to say. So I started with, because we can talk about what is working, but we need to start with what is not working. We need to start with what, and then we can easily move on. I got amen corner here. They said amen. Then we can move on because that frees up our thinking to solutions. So I'm only going to read a few. I won't get everything that those who were unhoused. And it was only 10 people in the room, but their voices were in volume. One of the things, they had several people had just been abated from a camp. And so that was loud. And for that, those individuals, it was just listening. It was just spending the time to listen. So they were angry about being abated, and that wasn't working for them. They were angry because they felt like they were being shoved into communities, Davis Park, that did not work for them. They were angry because they felt they have not been heard and didn't feel like they were an intricate part of our community. Those are valid. Those are all valid. We must honor that anger. And then I talked about what could work. Tell me what could work. And this is after an hour of them telling me what didn't work. What could work? And one of the things they said is to have people listen to our experience, to have garbage in Davis Park, the big bins where they could put their trash. The other thing they said, they want to be a part of the solution. They talked about a plan where they could live together as units, as family units, that if there was a space for that kind of community, with all of the other regulatories as a housed community. Then I'm going to go to the community at large, the other councils, because some of the conversation that from the homeless integrated with what the larger community was saying, because the individuals unhoused talked a lot. I only have 5 minutes. Do I have to go fast? Okay, I'll go fast. Okay, I'm gonna go quickly. Vandalism doesn't work. Addiction doesn't work. Sanitation doesn't work. Crime doesn't work. And this came from what's not working across the community. Gangs in the unhoused communities doesn't work. Drugs, mental health. What were some solutions? I have a whole list. And what I did, I took all of the conversations from all of the communities and integrate. So I'm not going to hit them all, but I'll hit some that stands out. This one kind of reverberated in all of 6 of the conversation, and that was repurpose vacant spaces and fill shared this with me. Phil Cannon is one of those individuals that go over to Davis Park just because to see what I can do. I know he's in this room. The blight tax. And that is those properties that are neglected, to tax them. Use those vacant houses, vacant buildings, so that they can become housed for housing for those unhoused people. One of the more important is small shelters, and we're going to hear about that a lot. And they were referring to in my backyard, but in communities where they are integrated as a part of the community, not put someplace that there aren't resources and access to stores, to medical facilities. Zoning came up interestingly across the conversation in terms of rezoning where individuals unhoused should or can live. Multiple navigation centers. And those multiple navigation centers would be in clusters where there's food, where there's a common kitchen that people can get together as community to cook, so that there's peer support, so that there's mentorship programs. Wraparound services was across every community. And wraparound services would be those services that have mental health, addiction, employment. And I know that the Navigation Center has that. However, is it possible to have more? Re-entry programs, because individuals who are being released from incarceration, a place for them to go. And there are places, but could there be more? Because then they cycle into the unhoused population. Public safety, more police presence. I love you. I'm going fast. This one, I appreciate it. More bathrooms at brick and mortar. And the example they gave, I think this has been tried here, the ones that have the blue lights so that people can't go into them to shoot up. Several communities talked about that. Across the board, a collective place where information is accessible to those who are unhoused. Everybody doesn't have a phone. Some people have a phone. But is there a central place where individuals can go and get information? Because we have the coalition over here, we have something else here, and unless you have a car or some ways to get there, it's fruitful. You can't. And so again, that conversation reverberated in across the board. Did I do good? She did not give me the 1 minute. I am now going to invite the panelists, and we're going to have a conversation. I don't want us to talk at you. I want to have a conversation around these themes, these concerns, and these solutions. And trust me, I have 4 pages of solutions that the community was able to share with us, of which I'll turn it over to Farina and the mayor's office, and I'm sure they don't mind sharing. So I'm going to ask the pen. Really? Okay. Okay. Talk. Talk to the break. Well, we can sing through the break. Okay. 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 We'll talk about that with the panel. Can you take a 5-minute break, a 10-minute break? Yes? Okay. Sounds good. Oh, yeah.
Hello, everyone. If you haven't noticed, we have a lot of booths around the room with nonprofits. So I encourage you during this break to check out the booths and learn about ways that you can get involved in what's going on in the community. And then some of those nonprofit partners are going to be hosting World Café tables. So if you're signed up to host a World Café table, come grab me and I'll give you further directions. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, and please be seated. We will reconvene for a panel discussion.
I watch. Hello. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Stand up and get their attention. No. You're not the boss of me. Hello. 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 Okay. Can we convene? Can I ask everyone to oh, that was good. You did a good job. Except there are people back there in the corner still talking. Hello, gentlemen. We're ready to start.
Chris Schutte.
Thank you. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we have just a few minutes to respond to the comments, certainly solutions, and I don't want to skip over the challenges. I really don't. I want to keep that awareness in this space because there are. And when I said earlier, when we talk about the challenges around this huge that we're having, and what I didn't say, I know you're going to start giving. What I didn't say in my notes is it's not a one-stop shop. It's just not. You know that. This problem did not arrive day before yesterday, and it's not going to be in today. It's like anything that we do in life. You chip at it one step at a time. And it's multi-layered. That's one of the things that I said in all of the conversation is that mental health is a part of it. Housing is a part of it. People's behaviors as part. So it's multi-leveled. So we're going to start with this question around some of the challenges. I won't call them problems because you can solve a problem. The challenges around those individuals unhoused in our community. safety was a big part. And it went across the spectrum that those who are unhoused said the same thing, that those individuals in our community are housed. So just address that one piece first.
When I think about the challenges around safety, I will be intentionally redundant. The idea of safety from a community perspective versus my perspective as a person with lived experience that is still experiencing literal unsheltered homelessness is all the same. It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I need to feel safe. When we go out on our trails and in our parks, people want to feel safe to take their kiddos out. I want to feel safe that if I want to take a hike at 8 at night in the winter, then I need to be mindful of wild animals, not people on the trail. If I am experiencing homelessness, I want to feel safe in a magnitude of very different ways. And so as we think about solutioning, there is not a one size fits all, but it is recognizing that the way that we approach that doesn't feel good always, because it is going to be from an enforcement perspective when we talk about safety. When we want to ensure that our folks with lived experience feel safe, it is through housing options. Because being out on the street, it doesn't matter if I'm within my community, I don't know what's happening with that person that's pulling into the tent. So the way that we create that sense of safety is understanding that as a municipality, there's literally the way that we do things as a systems level is at a systems level, and that's going to be through enforcement through our partners at APD. For those folks with lived experience, APD is going to come out and do proactive engagement with you through our HOPE team, but they're also there because if you're a person and you're a citizen and you're experiencing a crime, APD is going to be there to respond to you and keep you safe as well. But long term, what we want to see is individuals moving inside.
Okay, I hear that. I hear that. And that is very valid. Also, as an unhoused person, I want to feel safe too when APD arrives.
So I would say a challenge is trust. And I truly feel that if someone really wants help, we can give them help. But I also hear a lot of times that people aren't willing to accept help until they hit rock bottom. And rock bottom usually means a friend died, someone they know that really deeply affected them. So my I guess, caution is every time we interact with anytime we interact with someone that's unhoused, thank you. I don't have to yell. We really need to exhibit that trust and have them walk away from that interaction as positive. And it may take 10 interactions, but at some point, they're going to have trust in the system. They're going to have trust that if they go to a shelter, they will have a positive experience. And that's not the end all be all for them, that we're putting them on a path towards being part of our community again.
So I'm going to try to respect the idea we're having a conversation up here,
Yes,
right? That's where
yes.
we're going. Okay, good. So hi, everybody out there. We're going to talk for a second. So Randy, I hear what you're saying. The thing that really I struggle with is in these conversations is we're having multiple conversations at the same time about different things, and we put them all under an umbrella called homelessness. And so when we talk about safety, I worry about it a lot because one conversation is, do you understand what people are experiencing? Do you understand the realities of what people are facing every day? And that's partly what we're talking about now. Is let's move everything else aside and deeply try to understand the realities of people who are living on the street, who are facing fear every day, who are experiencing addiction or experiencing mental health issues, or just who are experiencing the worst moment in their lives, right? And so that's one piece of it, right? And then another conversation is, I was born and raised in this place. I've lived here my whole life. I don't recognize my city anymore. And I am seeing things happening in my city that make me so profoundly sad. And I both care deeply about the people that are living on the street, and I care deeply about the businesses and the parks
and the playgrounds and all of the impact that it's had. And I don't know what to do as a citizen to both care about people and express my concern and my fear. So it's part of it is separating some of these conversations out and making sure we're hearing these different groups of people that are really important.
I agree with it. One conversation is not streamlined or segmented. It is a lot what I talked about earlier. They overlap. They really do. And because they overlap, then as the police officer stepping into a community, first of all, when they step into, I'm going to say Davis Park as an example, there's mistrust immediately. So everybody, their antennas are raised. And when you have everybody's antenna raised, what do you get? You get that conflict. So I think I'm not a policeman, and I've never been a policeman. Let me just say that, full disclosure. It's a hard job. I know it's a hard job because I've heard those conversations. And stepping into those volatile environments where you know people are distrusting, what can you do different? Yeah, Thea.
Well, I think what we can do different is kind of what we're trying to do right now. So we do have a team here in this room, one with a law enforcement officer, one a social worker who work for APD. They're one of 7 teams. At the fire department, we also have multiple teams. That's a clinician plus a paramedic. And I think what we're really trying to do is move our community's perception and also the understanding of our first responders into a space that's more around, and I'm not saying that it's from anything that we've been different before, but I think we're trying to move towards a understanding that first responders are there, just as the name says, to respond. So whether that is a person who's unsheltered, who's experiencing an assault, which by the way, you know, as a woman, women who are unsheltered experience often multiple assaults. So when people say to me, we want to have safe camping, my response is, as a woman, I don't actually think that really exists. I think unless I can close the door and lock it and go to sleep, I don't think there's any safety for me outside. So I think what we can do is help to create a community where our first responders are seen as just that, there to respond, to guard people when they need someone to guard them, to hold people accountable when they harm others, to bring, like we heard yesterday, the folks from Sala who are EMTs, just like some of our other first responders are EMTs who can come and bring you wound care and supports. And that's why you build that trust, just as we heard yesterday, so that we can take those steps towards stability, housing, and all the things. And I think the other piece is just recognizing that a lot of what we're talking about are really, these are healthcare issues. We're talking about unmet health needs. And just in the same way that many of us have people in our families and even ourselves sometimes that don't get our health needs met, when those things accumulate, that's a very difficult situation to be in. So you often need somebody to help you navigate that, help you find the right person to assist you. So I think that's what safety is to me.
Thank you. I mean, thank you for that perspective. Now, as I say that, I wonder how this conversation might be different if I had those individuals who are sitting here who are actually unhoused. How would that conversation be a little different? And we have to always keep in mind that we're housed and we can talk from where we sit. But I said earlier, I've never been unhoused. I don't know. I've not walked in those shoes. So, and I'm not going to do a trajectory of what they might think or say. And everybody is here to help and support. That I do have to acknowledge that. what is one of the other points that I talked about? We can go on and on and on about what's not working. We really could. That could be the whole day. And I can hear what's not working, but I'm excited about what can work. That makes my blood like, because in that is possibilities and hope and future. So what's one thing that stuck out when I was talking about from the I love, what's your name? I love you. She just gave me 2 minutes. Okay, we'll do it quickly. Can you do a round robin in terms of what you heard that I said about solution that you can see as a possibility in our community? And she only gave me 2 minutes, so that means you have more than 2.
They all okay. They all look left. So, the one thing I see is I feel we have momentum getting behind us, and more people are getting involved, and many hands make light work. So instead of the same 10%, same 10 people, we're seeing the community and get involved. And when you take whatever that number is of unhoused, 3,000 or more, divide that by the population of Anchorage, it's really not a big number if we all dip in and get our hands working on this.
Right.
So I'm excited about the idea of having more smaller groups of folks working together, whether that's smaller emergency shelter sites or smaller collections of houses that where people can get stable, they can develop some of those trusting connections. And the other part I'm really excited about is bringing more of our health services to those locations, those communities, and especially those health services that are delivered by peers, people with lived experience, and people who are skilled at addressing behavioral health issues. And the other part I'm excited about is not separating out the services that people need to address addiction from what we classically refer to as mental health. Those two things go together, and I think we need to address them together.
Good, thanks.
I'm excited about continuing to hear the stories of people's experiences. So we move away from othering. We move away from this idea that those people. And the more we can collect these stories and share these stories and have those conversations, I think the more we're able to work this work at this big challenge we have collaboratively, and from the perspective of really understanding other people's lived experiences. It's really valuable, the work that you've done, and we need to continue to do that.
I'll take more grants from you, okay?
I take a practical lens to it. It's resource navigation. It's looking around at the partners that are here in this room that represent our provider community, folks with lived experience as peers, and knowing that a huge challenge is just navigating all of the available services that you represent in this room. We heard that from our business community. We heard that in the solutions that have come across the board is how do we link people to services? Because it's not always that there's a dearth of these services, but there's a gap and a silo in understanding how to connect. So when I think about what is next, from an action perspective, it is linkage and navigation and gratefulness for the people that are in the room that will help all of you think about how to get engaged through volunteering, or if you actually need some navigation supports, they're here in the room.
Yeah. The thing that when I walked away, all of the conversations, and I had a few days to think about it, the right hand, this is such a basic analysis, but the right hand often doesn't know what the left hand is doing. And several of the communities talked about a central place where you can get, yes, we have 211. Yes, we do. but a central place where information is available to everyone. A central place where Dan and Terry and Phil and those individuals who are doing grassroots work, that's important work. Integrate that with the systems that I heard yesterday so that it becomes an integrative movement in our community. If we could do that, my gosh, it would be amazing. And it is possible. So many people, including you, are doing grassroots work. And some of this work is because it's a 9 to 5 or a 9 to 15. This lady sitting next to me, hours a day. But how can we get the right hand to talk to the left hand? She didn't put up her sign.
I was going to say, I think that's an excellent segue to the next segment of this conversation. And I want to thank you, Shirley May, for taking on this project with us and for doing the work over the last 3 months, for helping develop the toolkit, for bringing folks together, for listening, and for bringing that to this conversation. Awesome.
You're welcome. Lunch is available.
Yay.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for what you contributed to those conversations, and for Shirley for bringing that to us, and for Assembly members and others to respond. My name's Thea Agnew-Bemben. I'm one of the special assistants to the mayor working in homelessness and health. And I'm super excited now to introduce Mayor Suzanne LaFrance, who's going to come up and give an overview of the work of her administration. And then we'll also be hearing from some of the many departments that are so integral to the municipality's response to homelessness. So we're hoping to present this information to you so that you know what's happening, but also so that we can start that knitting together that Shirley just described of how do we really bring the work that's happening from our community partners, our faith communities, our grassroots organizations, and really like effectively knit that together with the work that the municipality is offering. So I hope you can everyone give a warm welcome to Mayor Suzanne LaFrance.
Thank you, Thea, and thanks all of you. It's nice to be back up here. And I think we're going to just adjust the microphone. Oh, totally different one. Everybody hear me okay? Great. Well, thank you. I'm really appreciating this conversation that's been going on here today. And I'm excited to talk about some of the high points. And I really believe that the commitment to address this issue is truly reflected in the numbers in this room. And thank you again for being here today. You know, when I was running for this office, people would say to me, I want to help, I want to be involved, I want to be at the table, but we feel like there isn't a table right now. And so seeing you all here today at so many tables as one table is really exciting. So thank you again, because homelessness, I believe, is the biggest issue facing our community right now. But the good news is we're here together, we've got a plan, and we're going to keep making progress. So at the municipality, we're committed to doing our part. We've got a team, and you've heard from some of those folks, Farina and Thea and others here today, who are working every day on this issue. And the municipality is putting over $20 million towards solutions to homelessness this year. And there's been progress on several fronts, and I'll preview, and then the team will talk about it in more detail. So let me highlight a few of our big goals and outcomes. And okay, so there are several. Oh, there are quite a few screens. Is there one behind me? Okay, with the slides. turning the tide, and I believe we are on the third slide. If we can go ahead and, who's got the, do I have the clicker? Oh. Actually, yeah, if you could. Thank you. Thank you, Allie. Thank you, Barrett. Okay. So to me, success looks like a significant reduction in unsheltered homelessness. More people are housed, green and clean park spaces and trails, a safe space and places to operate a business or raise a family. So what are we working on and how do we get there? Okay, and so next slide, actions that we have taken since we came into office July 1, 2024 includes standing up 332 beds of winter shelter, opening warming centers to keep people out of the cold, abating 20 camps to address public safety concerns, and then launching our 10,000 homes in 10 years strategy. And at the end of the day, shelter is a safety service, not a long-term solution, right? We need a lot more housing if we're going to turn the tide on homelessness. And so today I'm really excited to announce that over $5 million will be going directly towards housing assistance, thanks to work by our team to identify, align, and deploy federal funds into the community. So thank you, Farina and Thea, for leading that effort. Those funds will go to 9 different community organizations, and then the funds will be dispersed by those organizations directly to individuals who are at risk of homelessness or who are currently experiencing homelessness. And we anticipate about 150 households will be served. We also know we need to be building and rehabbing a lot more housing. And again, we have committed to a target of 10,000 homes in 10 years. We must get from a few hundred units to at least 1,000 units a year to meet our community's need. And we are very serious about that goal. Everything from a recent pause on multifamily design standards, and thank you to the members of the Assembly for your work here, to an upcoming change to our property tax abatement to make it easier to build multifamily housing here, because it's all about making it easier to build and renovate housing. Okay, and so the next slide on shelter. We are moving from seasonal shelter crisis to a year-round shelter system. And as our partners at the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness have shown, we have about 3,000 people experiencing homelessness, including roughly 500 people sleeping outside. Simply put, we need more places for people to go. And as a municipality, we are focused on public health and safety. That starts with shelter. And this year, again, we are going to take our shelter system from a seasonal crisis system to a year-round shelter system with a yeah, let's clap for that. Whoever woohooed over here, I really appreciate it, because this year-round shelter system will let us turn more beds in the winter when it gets cold. It's a critical piece of having fewer people sleeping on streets and trails. Okay, next slide. I want to touch on the work that we're doing to ensure public safety. We know abatement is not a solution to homelessness, but it is a critical public safety tool. And since July 1, the administration has abated 20 camps. And I want to recognize this is a complex issue and that there are a number of different feelings when I say, you know, we're abating camps, and I understand that. We will continue to use abatement as a tool to address public safety problems, and this will include Davis Park. Davis and the snow dump combined have about 200 or so people there. They've been there for years. I remember 2 years ago driving around that area, walking around and seeing a sow and 3 cubs heading straight in for the camps and hearing people yelling and also looking out for each other. And at the end of the day, everyone was okay. But I think about that because this is an issue that has been, again, years in the making, and it's a complex one. And we will abate Davis when we have the resources to do so. Our plan will include bringing forth a proposed budget amendment as part of the first quarter budget revisions that are underway at the municipality to focus on addressing large areas like Davis and the snow dump, because we have got to ensure that folks have a place to go. And aligning those resources, working with partners is what we are focused on. And when we think about public health and safety, we also think about our crisis services, like the mobile crisis team and mobile intervention team, and really happy to have members of the police department and the fire department here today, and you'll hear from them soon. I'm glad we were able to put 24-hour service for the mobile crisis team into the 2025 budget, and I appreciate the ongoing work and partnership, the Anchorage Assembly there, because that also has been years in the making, and a shout out to Meg Zelatil for her work there, Vice Chair Zelatil. But I'm excited about the work that's happening to bring our internal crisis services together and to talk about how we can effectively serve the community. That is such a huge piece of this. And I want to highlight too, I think a lot of you already know this, but do please help spread the word that if there is someone in crisis who needs help, to dial 311 to get connected to the right service. Okay, I'm going to touch on emergency preparedness because a lot of our work on homelessness is getting out of emergency crisis mode. But as the municipality, we also know we need to be prepared for all sorts of events, especially living in a place like Alaska. So we've got Mount Spur going on, wildland fire danger. I live in South Anchorage and know firsthand about those concerns, and the fire department, the wildfire coordinator are actively working on planning fire breaks and fuels removal, investing in training and equipment for our AFD firefighters. We are having conversations and working on ingress and egress route planning, and there are public education and outreach initiatives in the works. We are also updating our community wildfire protection plan and working to coordinate with important state, federal, and local partners like the Division of Forestry, Bureau of Land Management, Alaska DOT, Alaska DNR, JBEAR, utilities, private landowners, and more. And I'm excited to share with you all that our woodlots will be free this year. The woodlot at the Anchorage Regional Landfill as of March 29 will be free, and then the central woodlot starting May 1st this year will also be free. And so that's intended to allow residents to help be part of our wildfire prep by removing branches and other wood in your yard or neighborhood. And so thanks to our solid waste services team for making this happen. Oh, yeah. I just love the positive energy of this group. All right, so data. This one I'm really excited about because for years, you know, when I was on the assembly for 6 years, and community members would always ask, you know, where do I find information about homelessness? What are the numbers we're using to track our progress? How do we know, besides, you know, what we see, how we're making progress? And so last year I was invited to join the Bloomberg Harvard City Leaders Initiative, which is a year-long program for mayors across the country. As part of this initiative, we were paired with a team of data experts to work on this particular project, which has resulted in a new public dashboard for partners and members of the community to more easily find information about our work and progress to address homelessness. And I am looking forward to the presentation from the Muni's innovation team who have been working hard on this, and a shout out to Brendan Babb and his team for all their hard work. Oh, I heard another, that was you, Cameron. This is the most amazing group. Gosh, in so many ways. So to touch on how to get involved. Spring cleaning, we know that's a really big deal here. Normally it's, after all the snow melts, we don't quite have that same thing going on here, but we are excited to have a few hundred free landfill passes here today to help with cleaning efforts. You can use your landfill pass to clean up your yard, your neighborhood, remove some of that trash that has built up over the winter. Volunteering, there will be a number of organizations today with the World Café coming up in just a bit to sign up with. You can visit muni.org and go to the mayor's page to sign up for our newsletter, and also to find upcoming hands-on opportunities like the citywide cleanup and micro-housing project. Also want to highlight that we all have a role to play in helping keep Anchorage safe, and we do have some cards, I believe, available that highlight when to call 311 and when to call 911. And so if you want to grab some of those and share those, that would be great. So as I wrap up, I want to keep reiterating what success looks like over the next few years. More housing, more shelter, fewer people sleeping on our streets and trails, and a safe community for everyone who lives here, for everyone who visits. And the most important thing that I want to say, and I've heard this said a number of times already today, this is and has to be a community effort. And I really feel strongly in my conversations with members of our community that the will is there. And we want to work together on this solvable problem and make progress together. And I am really excited about that piece because, the municipality sure as heck can't do this work alone, and we're not, and we shouldn't try to, because that's not how we're going to make progress with these big kinds of community challenges. And again, I know so many members of our community want to help, and I thank those of you who are already so engaged in with this work and for being such wonderful partners. And so just a final thanks to all of our partners hosting this event, South Central Foundation, members Soltz and Perez Verdia for your work on the Assembly's Housing and Homelessness Committee, and to the Coalition to End Homelessness, and to our Muni team, who I'm going to turn it over to, and a special shout out to Farina and Thea, and to all of our municipal employees here today. And again, thanks to you all for being here today. It's an honor to join you, and I'm just so deeply grateful and inspired to all of you for your love for our community and your willingness to do this work. Thank you.
Great. Okay. That was an awesome overview. Now we're going to try and give you a little bit more detail and also connect you with some of the people who are the municipality, who do this work. Part of the value of all of us coming together in this room is that we actually get to meet each other. And that way, when you're thinking, who do I call? Because I know there's got to be money somewhere to buy this building, or there's got to be this somewhere. I want you to know who you can call, okay? Because the municipality, we have a saying, it's like, you put the you in Muni, right? Okay, so that's these folks that we're gonna talk about, or that you're gonna meet in just a second. So before we get rolling, we're gonna show you a little bit about this new data dashboard towards the end of this presentation, but we first wanna just keep highlighting the fact that the Coalition to End Homelessness has done incredible work over the last, I would say, kind of 3, 4, 5 years to really revolutionize our ability to access data, to understand what's going on month to month with people experiencing homelessness, and who that is, where people are, and what's happening in our community. So every month, pretty much, you'll see these snapshots. This was produced at the end of January, so looks at data from the end of last year. And you'll see this number. I know that yesterday Meg shared that this number was a little bit lower. She said 2,999. So that's new data, right? So that means we had 71 more people in December than we do today experiencing homelessness. As you look around the bottom row there, You'll see that number 475 are unsheltered. That's a big focus of the administration's efforts. Because if you think about it, when you're unsheltered, you're much more likely to come in contact with emergency services, with the police. You have complicated needs sometimes. You are coming in and out of emergency shelter. You might be experiencing the impacts of the winter. So we really focus on that group of folks. And that's really the mayor's priority, is to reduce the number of people who are unsheltered. In that blue box in the center there, you'll see that about 1,760 people are in emergency shelter or transitional housing. Sometimes I feel like people are surprised when they see that number. They didn't know we had that many beds. We actually do, and many of those, most of those, are operated by our community partners, many in this room here. You heard from some of them yesterday. So those are beds that exist. Many of them are already year-round. And as you heard the mayor say, we're working to really move to increase the capacity of that year-round system. Jessica covered yesterday what it means to be inactive. I'm not going to go into that right now, but if you are curious to learn what that means, we can connect you with Jessica and others at the coalition to explain that. This is a few of the other, what we call performance measures, that the coalition looks at and that we look at alongside them, along with all the other partners in the system. And one of the things I just wanted to identify is that when we look year over year, which is what's on these blue charts right here, that's going back to 2019 on the left-hand side. So that really shows us we experienced a big increase in homelessness over the pandemic. That's no surprise to anyone. It is good to see in that column on the right that that has gone down a little bit, and we're all waiting to see, once the numbers are tabulated from this year's count, we hopefully will see that down even more. So I think it's important to recognize, even though we all want to put COVID like really far behind us, in some ways we're still experiencing the impacts of that, that community crisis. In the smaller chart here, what you're seeing in those green bars is that we really ramped up shelter during that period of time. And again, those numbers have decreased. So again, it's just another way of understanding where we are right now in our system. One thing that's probably a little bit hard for you to see is those dark blue boxes at the bottom of those big blue bars. That's the number of people who are unsheltered. So it's also important to note that during COVID, we did experience a big increase of people being unsheltered. And we didn't see a huge drop in that between those last most two recent years. So again, hoping to see a decrease as we come into this next year and then forever after. Okay, I'm going to bring up my partner in crime, Farina, to talk a little bit about our homelessness and health strategy and kind of our big picture goals.
Hello again. So thank you, Mayor LaFrance. Thank you, Thea. The mayor really hit a lot of some of the critical pieces that I know that you all want to hear about. First, let's start with that we have 5 really ambitious goals. Significantly fewer people sleeping outside, a transition to year-round shelter operations, expanding housing availability, access to crisis services, genuinely enhancing access to crisis services, and strengthening the impact of data, funding, and partnership. As you go throughout the day and you think about the big picture goals, what you've heard this morning and what you are going to hear this afternoon, I'd really like you to look at the table and the picture of the individual that's on the table and think about, where do these big picture goals fit when we think about that person? Because at a systems level, to a community level, to an individual, we want all of these goals to really center and focus on person and what we can do through partnership. So I would just ask that you keep that in mind as we go through. As we transition to year-round shelter operations, I want to delve deeper into the thinking. It was really important for us to think about that our shelter system has to evolve. We are moving away from the idea that we are just here for life, health, and safety, for an individual. We ramp up in kind of crisis mode and ramp down. But what does it look like if we shift that paradigm and we say that the goal is really to create a service-rich environment for individuals that link them to housing options and other support services? And that's a really big, lofty goal because it's expensive and it's hard to do. But what's important and what I am so grateful for is that the administration is willing to lean into those costs, willing to lean into that. I'll reiterate what the mayor has stated just very quickly. During the winter, we stood up 332 additional non-congregate shelter beds. We absolutely understand that during the summer, we will ramp those down, but we had lessons learned from this season. We know that we have a large number of vulnerable adults that are utilizing our system. Much of that information came from the partnership with using coordinated entry, and we also saw that we have a significant number of frail elders that are utilizing our shelter services. So in response to that, we are going to maintain 100 non-congregate shelter beds. During the winter season, we've activated warming. We know that there are a number of individuals that just choose not to engage in our shelter system. It is just not the right fit for them. But we want to ensure that there is somewhere safe for those individuals to be. So we were able to activate warming through our partnership with Henning. We are really excited about the transition from our current shelter, from our former shelter provider, Henning, to CSS, which has been a really wonderful partnership. They bring a long history of expertise to shelter operations. And we are looking forward to, as we transition from a singular congregate shelter site, as a part of that kind of evolution, to a scatter site shelter model that really allows for smaller shelters that have that ability to create relationship, to engage with individuals, because the goal isn't just life, health, or safety, but it is how do we change that trajectory for an individual. I believe most of you know that our congregate RFP has been posted on the Muni website, and it closes on March 31st. So I encourage all of you to think about a partnership and coming and being a part of that solution and doing something different. The scatter site model, again, is a part of that evolution in thinking about what has been the overall community impact from what we've heard from individuals. As Shirley stated in some of that community feedback, a concentration of services is something that we heard from many of our community council members. A scatter site model allows for services to kind of be integrated throughout the community that reduces that singular impact on one community, but also is thoughtful in the individuals that need to engage in those services and being able to walk there. I believe Shirley said that individuals are walking 15 miles a day in one day. So the availability of services in multiple locations is important in who we want to serve and the availability of those services. Since July 1, we've implemented the shelter oversight through our third-party vendor, Restorative Reentry Services, RRS, over in the corner. Many of you here month over month during the Housing and Homelessness Committees, the big and the most positive thing that they could bring back is the shelter coordination that's happening between all of our individual providers. You've heard for probably the last 3.5 hours, and if you were here yesterday for 8 hours, how important it is to have collaboration and coordination when we think about how we engage and move people through the system. The engagement from Restorative Reentry Services and providing that oversight, creating that linkage amongst the vendors has been absolutely invaluable and something that we weren't really anticipating. So I'm very grateful to all of our providers that just lean in. Better shelter provider coordination is a thoughtful process that we have also built into our new congregate operations, our new model for congregate operations in our scatter site. If we aren't paying attention to that there's not a one-size-fits-all solution, then there's no need for us to have these types of sessions. The coordination that we are looking to see amongst the scatter site is that idea that it is based on the personalized needs of a person. If we have a shelter that's really identified and leaning into individuals that are medically frail, that coordination allows for those individuals to move to a particular shelter where they can have that engagement. So that, again, we're thinking about not just life, health, or safety, but that overall trajectory and what and how they move through our system. I'm not going to reiterate much of what the mayor said, but it is so critically important that we shift our overall thinking about where the municipality has operated in previous years. And again, it has been the spin up and spin down of services. As we move to and have moved to year-round shelter operations, in order to see that continuous flow, I am really excited about all of the emergency rental assistance that's going to go out, which creates that movement, moving individuals that are currently experiencing homelessness into housing, but also as prevention. Those individuals that are right on the cusp, and we've heard over the last couple of weeks that we have a lot of individuals that are seeking that emergency rental assistance to prevent them from falling into homelessness. These are all aspects of how in an environment where scarcity is real when we think about funding and capacity is real, the more avenues we can bring to housing and housing solutions to support our emergency response, which is through the shelter, is critically important. When we do this work, it's often kind of the same faces that you see hearing and talking about what we do, but the work of the municipal departments is critically important. They're often what we call the back of the house experience, and many of our municipal employees from the health department are sprinkled throughout the room, and I promised I would not make them stand up and raise their hands. But as you're mingling and you're talking, please know that the people that you're sitting next to are so important in how we see these services move forward. There's nothing that's just a singular piece of paper that makes it in front of the assembly. There are so many people that actually talk and touch that work to get the funding forward, to make an RFP happen, to move that document through to funding for the providers that then stand up those services. The coordination and linkage that has to happen between each of our departments often feels very seamless when we're in front of an audience, but the effort and the coordination that it takes in the back of the house to do that is not unnoticed. And so I am incredibly grateful to be able to introduce the director of the health department that often is the key figure in moving the work that is done. Within the health department is the Housing and Homelessness Committee, Housing and Homelessness Services Division. That division is responsible for our oversight of our congregate, non-congregate, and many of our transitional housing provider contracts. They are the ones that are making things happen, boots on the ground in real time when there's something at the implementation level that just didn't quite make it to the reality of an individual being able to engage in services. Those are the folks that step up and say, how do we partner and how do we do this with you so that you remain the linkage that that person needs in real time. I'd like to please welcome Kim Rash to talk about what that work looks like.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Farina, for those kind words. So coordination of services is a cornerstone of public health services. As a local health authority, we are a partner promoting health and well-being in the Anchorage community by ensuring that individuals and families have access to quality care, enabling them to thrive and grow within our community. At the Anchorage Health Department, the success we've really seen is based on creating and enhancing internal communication and leveraging off of our department expertise. It's connecting the dots to help create a picture of sustainability for those that we serve. The system is based upon the mayor's strategy that builds upon interdepartmental collaboration, which there are defined areas and staff that can see where they fit into those pockets. We touch upon these priorities through our collaborative work in our housing and homelessness services, and as the HUD entitlement agency and our community safety and development team, but not only addressing homelessness, particularly our unsheltered population, but through funding that can spur housing development within Anchorage. There are metrics of success, and we use those to guide our work. The health department's role has evolved over the years, particularly in homelessness services, from mass sheltering to creating this network of partners, community input, mutual understanding of systems and processes. We do this work through weekly case conferencing with our Aging and Disability Resource Center and check-in meetings between municipal departments, shelter operators, and our third-party oversight. Even the way in which we fund has and is consistently changing to meet the needs of critical safety net services. In 2024, the health department managed $21 million of alcohol tax, $5.6 million in general government funding, supporting early education and prevention work, as well as homelessness response. Within the first quarter of 2025, the health department is set to grant out over $5 million, supporting rental assistance and incentives for landlords. As the landscape changes, it requires the health department to take a nimble approach and layer services and funding, both internally from our clinical services team and outreach events, into externally by finding providers that can fill gaps within our systems. The ability to meet individuals where they are residing at and providing preventative clinical services is continuing to grow, as we now conducted more clinical outreaches in 2025 than we have in 2024. This speaks to the passion my team have for our community and the dedication to finding solutions. So thank you so much.
And one of the things that Kim didn't mention, which is an amazing accomplishment, is you may have heard in years past that the health department had really lost a lot of employees. We've really built the workforce back. So that's a really incredible accomplishment. And there still are some positions open. So if anyone here is looking for a great job, I would suggest you look on the Muni website and see which positions are open that you might be interested in. Now we're going to talk a little about housing. Everybody loves to talk about housing, and I'm going to ask our policy director, Nolan Clauda, to come up, and also Assembly Member Anna Brawley. As the mayor shared, this is one of our top priorities, and it's a complicated one. Probably many of you have lived in Anchorage for a long time. I've lived here for a really long time. And I don't know if most people know this, but we really haven't built many homes since like the 90s, like for real. Like we built a ton, like the house I grew up in, and then we kind of stopped. And so now fast forward 30, 40 years, a lot of those houses are falling into disrepair, and we also don't have new units. And sometimes people say, well, why do we need new units when I hear that people are moving away and no one's moving here? Well, if you think about it, in your own home, my son is 19, for example. He is still living at my house. Will he be living at my house 5, 6 years from now? You know, it's an open question, but it'd be nice if there was a really great place for him to move to that he could afford to live in. So that's one reason we need more homes. Lots of families are doubled up. You'll hear this a lot, that there's many more people living in a home than it really is fit to serve. So we also, again, need to renovate a lot of the units we have. This isn't just about building, it's also about renovating and replacing what we have. So the strategy that Nolan's gonna speak to and give you just a little bit more detail on is how are we gonna do that? Because holy cow, 10,000 homes in 10 years is a lot. So Nolan, over to you.
Thank you for that, Thea. So yes, Nolan Clauda, Policy Director in the Mayor's Office. And from the time when the administration got started and when I joined just about a month into Mayor LaFrance's term, we began working on what our housing strategy was. We knew that we wanted to make it big and we wanted it to be valuable and to add housing to Anchorage and to be as useful as possible in solving kind of the range of challenges that we have in our community related to housing, which include homelessness, but it also includes issues like out-migration and some of the issues that Thea mentioned when it comes to a limited supply of housing, limited options on the marketplace, and also aging of our housing as well. About half of our homes were built in the 70s or 80s, and our climate is rough on them, and a lot of homes are not made to really last much longer than 40 years without very heavy rehabbing at a minimum. So as we were developing the strategy, we want the two final kind of pieces to make it all come together were One, a good name for it, because we struggled with that, and two, a good headline metric. What's the overall goal we're striving towards? And we were able to solve both those problems with one solution, which is the 10,000 homes in 10 years strategy. So we see this as tied to a lot of the challenges that we have. Homelessness is one of those, right? We know that to a large extent, a limited supply of housing and limited affordable housing is something that contributes to homelessness, among other myriad factors. This strategy is about all forms of housing. This is about market rate housing. This is about workforce housing. This is about affordable housing. This is at the very lowest barrier to entry type housing. All of that is what we embrace with this strategy. We have kind of three components to this, or three legs to this, that each have their strategies nested within them. And these are also, in this strategy, Anna Brawley is going to talk about the housing action plan that the Anchorage Assembly developed. And there have been other kind of housing plans over the years too. And the 10,000 home strategy is something that complements and builds off of those, and they really do interrelate nicely and complement each other, which is good. But there's three legs to it: expanding incentives, and the mayor mentioned earlier that we've introduced it's sponsored with Member Brawley and a few other assembly members as well, a property tax incentive to help build more multifamily housing, which is something that we're really excited about. But looking at the incentive piece is one step. How can we incentivize new housing to get built? Second is cutting red tape and making it easier to build and renovate. We know that we have a lot of rules, a lot of red tape. There are reasons for things like building codes for safety. There are public interests at stake. There's public process. So how can we streamline and make it easier to build, without compromising things that are really important to us? But making it more possible to build more types of homes in more of our city is something that is a high priority for us. And so how do we remove some of that red tape and make more of it possible? And then lastly, about streamlining our own municipal processes. How do we get to yes? How do we make it possible to get permits approved in a shorter time span? And so those components, together are what combine to help make the housing strategy happen. We need to go from having just a few hundred housing units added per year, with many, many more in the Mat-Su Valley, to something like our 1,000 a year. For 10 years is what we strive to, and that's how we get that 10,000 homes. And the rehabilitation aspect of it is something that is really significant. I think the new homes get the attention when we talk about this, but the rehabilitation aspect of it is equally important too, and something that contributes to the housing stock that we need to see. So with that, I'm going to hand things over to Thea to talk about some of the direct funding to housing. And this is also something that's a component of the 10,000 homes plan, is the housing at the very earliest, the very lowest levels of affordability too, and where Thea and Farina have made great strides.
Thanks, Nolan. This has been mentioned a couple of times, but just wanted to really lay it on the table here. We are about to have about 5.5 million go out to the community through a number of community grantees. Those are listed on the purchasing website if you want to see them, and this will be at the Assembly on April 8th. The funding that we have is the last chunk of some emergency rental assistance from the federal government that we were able to draw down, thanks to Kim Rash putting her hand up and saying, I think there's some more money there. And 1.5 in home ARP funding, which Jed at the health department also identified as money that we had that needed to get out and get spent. The rental assistance is very short term. It has to be spent by the end of September. So we've really tried to layer the two funding sources together so that grantees do have some of the home ARP money that can be spent into the next year. So this will be a big push. We're going to try and make it as the least amount of complicated as we can, but I'm just going to tell you right now, it might be a little complicated, and I'm sorry about that. Part of that is just we're really trying to get it out the door quickly, because we would love to have people who are currently experiencing homelessness, currently in shelter, currently unsheltered, or like Farina was saying, feeling like they're on the brink of being made homeless, be able to get this money and get a few more months of assistance. So that's one big chunk that will be coming out the door. Stay tuned. We also have been able to, thanks to the Assembly being able to be nimble and quick, gotten some of our previous years of CDBG money, which is some of those entitlement monies that come to the municipality, out the door so that Cook Inlet could move forward on a 40-unit family housing project. So that's exciting. And then also wanted to make sure you all knew that there's another RFP that's live right now. It'll end March 27th. Is that the right date? And that's our current year's CDBG money, and that can be used for any kind of acquisition or construction of affordable housing, but it also can be used for shelters. So check that out, see if you're interested, and put your name in the hat. And please don't be intimidated by applying for funds at the municipality. When you read it, if you feel like, gosh, that's complicated, questions too at purchasing. And it's just get your name in there. Just try it out. Like, see if you can do it. If you don't succeed the first time, it's still good practice. So just encourage you to put your name in the hat there. Now I'm going to hand things over to Member Brawley to talk about the Housing Action Plan.
Thank you. My name is Anna Brawley. I am not a department. I'm one of the assembly members. But just to note, I have been talking about housing pretty much every chance I get in public. So I have made some notes to keep myself short. So I want to call back to my colleague Randy, who mentioned, of course, the Assembly is the legislative branch. We make policy, we direct funding, and of course, in partnership with all of the departments, with the mayor's office, and all the folks who are helping run the municipality. And so, really, we've struggled with over the last few years. What is our lane? What can we do? What do we have some influence over, knowing that this housing problem, our lack of housing, our lack of quality housing, the affordability issue, all of those things, there's some things in our control and many that aren't. And so Randy made a good point that we have worked hard to get our flashlights or our flashlights all moving in the right direction and collecting on one. So one of them is our housing action plan. But I want to also remember that the folks who came before me, I was elected in 2023, and as others have said, this housing work has really been going on for several years, and really what you're seeing, I think, is moving faster, moving bigger, and really addressing this now that we've reached this crisis state. So some of that policy work, I want to call back to 2022. Before I was on the body, there was a lot of great work that was done. Zoning code changes for small units or accessory dwelling units, cutting red tape, encouraging that we build more buildings and not just more parking lots. All of that work really happened in the last couple of years. But then in 2023, the Assembly really decided to make housing a clear priority, put our time and money into it, and we engaged hundreds of people over months in the fall of 2023 to really challenge the whole community to make housing a priority. And we really had a lot of great turnout. I see many faces in the room who have been involved in that effort, so thank you for your work on the community side as well. So we came together. We also were really focused on what can the Assembly do? What policy can we do? We can't change interest rates. We can't make materials cheaper. We can't make our labor more available, right? So what can we do? So we really focused on what's in our lane and really how can we take bold action on housing. So that became our housing action plan. You can see a small version on the screen. We tried to keep it short and punchy and really, again, focused on what the Assembly can do, but also calling out things that we need to do as a community, whether it's the Assembly's kind of lane or role or not. So you'll see some things in there that maybe aren't things the Assembly can do, but still need to be done, like streamlining our permitting process. So in 2024, then, after we passed that plan, we got to work. We changed zoning and building code, we funded housing work, and we've really also worked a lot with people who build housing, whether it's larger developers or folks who get stuck in that permitting process to say, what isn't working? What do we need to unlock to let folks build and do the business that they need to do, which is building housing? So I want to address two questions that we get a lot. And again, this is a summit on homelessness. We know housing is important, but why am I talking so much about building and zoning code? And I think others have touched on this. But one of them is, as I said, there's not a lot of things that we can control in the housing market, but there are things that we can control. Our rules, our funding, incentivizing or disincentivizing certain things. And so that's where we really focused. And the simple answer is we're just not building enough. I think that's been stated several times, but I want to underscore it. We are not building enough. We have not been able to really build apartments in this town without a whole lot of extra funding for over a decade. That's been a problem for a long time, and we need to take action on it because the market is not going to do that on its own. And that's really where the tax incentive ordinance that Nolan mentioned is one way to start to address that and really get the types of housing we need. We know some housing's getting built, it's not enough, and the question is it serving the folks who we need to serve? So the other question really that we get is, well, why are we talking so much about building new housing that's not going to be affordable, right? There's this disconnect between the high-end condos you might see downtown and then the folks who need that housing. And I think others have spoken to this, but I want to again underscore, we do need to be making it easier to fix the housing we already have. The same problems that you have when you go to the permitting office, when you're trying to build a new building, are the same ones that you see when you're putting an addition on your house, when you're building an accessory dwelling unit, when you're trying to do a significant rehab of an older apartment building. All of those things are the same set of issues. So we have to make it easier to do both. And then the other thing is, a good friend of mine used the metaphor of housing as musical chairs. So if you imagine the housing, all the housing in our town is musical chairs. So, you know, you have a baby, you move up in your housing, you retire, you're downsizing, you know, people are moving around. But it's harder and harder for folks to move around because there's just not a lot of options. And the options that are there may not be affordable to that person, or they might not fit that person's needs at the time. So if you think about musical chairs, we need to add chairs to the game because there's so many people who don't have a chair, right? We move around, but there's a lot of folks who just don't have an option, not even a folding chair, right? Not even a little stool. And so we really need to increase the number of housing. And I want to use just one example. Imagine one apartment. Let's say it's in Midtown. Maybe a family's living there and they just had a baby. They need another bedroom, or maybe they had a second baby. They need, you know, they need to get that baby out of their bedroom. So they're looking to move up. So they ideally find their starter home. They find a place to buy, or maybe another place to rent, but it's a house. That apartment then is open up for 2 roommates. Let's say they both just graduated from UAA, they both have jobs, they're really struggling to find a place to live on their own, but they can live together and have that community within that apartment. And then so the family who's moved out has made room for this other set of folks. And then let's say then those 2 roommates have both moved out of smaller apartments that were cheaper, you know, maybe student housing or something that just barely they were getting by. Maybe it's not the best place to live, but it worked for them. Then those 2 little units are open for maybe a barista, you know, who's also not making a lot of money but needs a place to live. And also somebody who's living in their car and working. So this is why when you think about it, it's not that nice new condo is going to house the person who's living on the street now, but it adds chairs to the game of musical chairs, that we don't want to leave anybody out. And it allows everybody to find the place that works for them at their stage of life. So lastly, I'll just point back, there's a lot of good info in this housing action plan, but I want to also note a goal 4 that I think really relates to this work is reducing housing cost burdens and ensuring that everybody in our city has safe, affordable, and high quality housing. Now that's a big goal, right? But I want to just introduce, part of that is the unit, but it's also thinking about our energy costs, our utility bills, how much heat goes out of your roof if you don't have a really well insulated roof. It's about jobs and income, making sure that people can afford to live here because they are paid enough to afford our housing. It's high healthcare costs, making sure that you don't lose your housing if you have a health emergency. And then finally, just making sure that the place you live in is not making you sick, is not a place with mold, is not a place with drafts, right? That it's safe for you and your kids. So I want to call back and just really keep connecting the dots between what we build and what we need, because it's not 2 different conversations. It's really just part of this big game of musical chairs. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Anna, for your just passion and commitment to this, and for being such a great leader as part of the Assembly. I'm going to bring Farina back, and we're going to talk a little bit about safe streets, parks, and trails. And I think this is a good time to bring up our HOPE team and Healthy Spaces representative. Yeah.
Alrighty. So we are really behind time, so I'm just going to make the shortest of short introductions. The Anchorage Police Department really is pivotal in the work that we do in ensuring safety and stability in our community. We've talked about their role from the perspective of all members of our community. So with that, I am incredibly happy to bring up Lieutenant Brian Fuchs and the HOPE team, who really have leaned into proactive police engagement with individuals that are experiencing homelessness, as well as the mobile intervention team that is enhancing the behavioral health crisis access that is a part of the mayor's ambitious goals in how we really change the trajectory for the folks that are experiencing homelessness. So with that, come on over.
So I was told to be very fast, so I'm going to work really fast. Where's my team at? They're coming. They're speed walking. So my name is Lieutenant Fuchs. I'm a lieutenant in the Crime Suppression Division. I command various aspects of different units, but the Hope team is one of my units, and the mobile intervention team is another one of my units. So this is Ruth and Tanya. Ruth is a 17-and-a-half-year police officer here in the city, and Tanya's been with us for about 7 years now. And she's a social worker, and she's been working. These are the kind of the first. They were the first co-response model, I think, in the state of Alaska ever. And they've been together since for about 7 years now. And we've been able to develop that same concept into something that you see today with our teams. And so I just want to hit on a couple of things real quick. One of the things is trust. I think it's important that you all understand trust and what trust means to us as a law enforcement agency in this city, how much we love working in this city, and how much we love serving the community members of the city, to include those that are unsheltered. I think that there's a lot of people that have a lot of concerns when you talk about police working in this space, and I think it's super important to know that we have been doing this work forever. The police department are the ones that go to the calls, that are in the camps. We're the first ones there, whether it's a death, whether it's an assault, a sexual assault. We are the ones going in there, and we are the ones doing the work to ensure that people are safe. That is a huge point that I want to make, because my teams, our officers, your officers, are the ones doing that work. And it takes a toll on us, and it takes a toll on everybody they have contact with. And I think it's important to understand the balance between working and assisting the unsheltered and serving other community members that have other concerns associated with those unsheltered members. And that's a very unique and very tight rope that we have to walk. And the chief and the mayor has given us very clear directions on how to do that, and we're going to execute it. The Hope team is one of those. So Ruth and Tanya have been doing this now as the Hope team for about 6 months. They've had 950 contacts with campers. They've housed 118 people. 2 people. Thank you. And they put 8 people into treatment. So very cool. We also have an MIT unit. An MIT team is a clinical, a clinician, a master's level clinician, and a CIT trained police officer. There's 5 teams that go out and do the work. They do in the greater community. They go to the camps if they need to, and they go to the houses. And just to give you a quick idea of what they do, they responded in 2024. They responded to over 3,000 calls for service as a team. Okay, and just give you some results. Out of those calls for service, 2,587 of them resulted in stabilization in place. 103 of those resulted in the subject being transported to the hospital, and 146 resulted in emergency remands. 85, 2.8, only 85 resulted in arrests. That's a huge number to understand. That means that the system is working. These teams are working, and they're doing great things for you, for your peers, for your family members. We're eager to stay and do this work. We're eager to be a part of it. I kind of want Ruth and Tiny to come up and give a quick, just a quick example of maybe one of the things that they've had in contact with, and just kind of give you an idea of what they do.
Thanks, Lieutenant. So we are very honored to be here. We love the work that we do. I know there's a lot of challenges that we face. I don't know if you want to go to the next slide. This is our distinction. When we come up in this car, people have gotten to know us, and they know it's Ruth and Tanya. And they know that we're here to help. We are here to serve in the way that we signed up to serve. We want to connect to services. We want to help the people in their situation that they're in right now. We're going to meet the person where they are. We can't do this alone. There's so many people here in this room that we partner with on a daily basis. The people that we were able to get into treatment. The agency is here today. It's True North. They come out and do outreach with us. And in the moment when we touch this person in the field and they are ready to go, these guys make it happen. So we coordinate with our partners to actually get people the help that they need in a moment. And it's the most powerful thing. We also partnered with a doctor that is coming to do street medicine with us. He's going out into the field with us, into the camps, and he does wound care. He can do immunizations. He can do shots. He can do anything that's needed out there. And if we can't do it in the field, he will refer to whoever he has that's available to help. So these are some of the little things that we're doing. I mean, there's so much to mention. I've heard so many stories over the last couple of days. These are the people that we also encounter, the million stories that we hear, the devastation, the sadness. We are trying to help make it better for the person. And sometimes all we have is a how are you doing? And I hope you're doing okay. And we're going to be back, and we hope to serve you. And, you know, we hope to help you in whatever way that looks. So
that's most of what we do, actually, the how can we help and what can we do today, because I think we've heard a lot about capacity. The great thing that Ruth and I have is we have 10 hours a day that this is just what we get to do, and we start our day doing outreach and we end our day doing outreach, and we can do everything in between, and I think that is what's helpful. And then outsourcing those things that we can't do. One day we might spend our entire 10-hour shift, and that happened this week on one person because that one person needed so much. And then other days we have, 15 contacts in a day where it's one thing that you need and that's it. We've had a contact where it was one contact. We were able to help get into shelter with him and a very young kiddo, and that was it. We've never heard from them since, and they're doing great. They had a voucher. They just needed help using it. But it's the little things, and they just needed a little boost, And then other times it's contacts every day, sometimes twice a day, and they're still happening. And if all we can do is take you some food and check in and make sure that you have hand warmers and that you're doing okay and that there's someone thinking about you that day, maybe that's all we do in that day, but it builds trust. And when they're ready, when someone is ready, they hopefully will reach out. And then we can reach out to all of you. My face is so big.
Yeah. This is just one of the stories that we have, and I think this is very special to Tanya and I because this individual was one of the number one utilizer of resources. At one point in time, we had a lot of contact with him in the community, and he, by the way, gave me permission to share. So he came to Anchorage, and he stayed in some of the low-budget motels. He had case management. He was not able to comply with all the things that he needed to do, so he lost everything. At one point, he just ended up homeless. And this is, we kind of followed him all along the way. And we worked really hard on trying to get him into housing. Again, with the help of a lot of people, this finally came to fruition, and we were able to help get him into a place where he's still staying now. He's still staying in touch with us. He's still checking in with us. He's still calling us to tell us how he's doing. And this is just one of many stories. It's a relationship that we have with this individual. And, it's nice to be able to say, oh, you're doing okay? And it makes our day. That's the best. Like when people circle around and check in every once in a while and just tell us how they're doing, because it's about relationship and it's about the trust. So this is just one of many stories. This is very near and dear to us because we are with him. We've been with him for many years. So just one of the examples.
Alrighty, I just want to say this. Stepping into this role, I never assumed, considered, had a quandary that the Anchorage Police Department would be such a pivotal partner in the work to really support and address individuals that are experiencing homelessness. In hearing the story from Ruth and Tanya, they didn't get to really go into all of the details of the work that they do, nor did Lieutenant Fuchs get an opportunity just to talk about how often we actually talk, what we are trying to do, which is a very different way of engaging, moving away from that enforcement is going to be the singular answer in how we resolve homelessness. It doesn't resolve anything, it just shifts. So you don't see the individual for a few days because they've been put in jail. When they get out of jail, they're going to go back to the street. So it is not lost on me, and I feel compelled to share with the audience how invested our Anchorage Police Department is in creating different solutions and utilizing their resources to do so. So I just want to say thank you again to APD and to Ruth and Tanya for the work that they do. Okay. Alongside that is also an unknown thing to me until you actually work for the municipality, is the work of the Parks and Recreations Department. When I think about Parks and Rec, I think about Kincaid Park, I think about all of the other parks in our community. The things that we rely on when it's the summer, it's why we live in Alaska. We want to go out and we want to play. I only play in the summer, full disclosure, in the winter. I appreciate the Groom Winter Trails and for all of you that use it, but I am a summer girl. But I never thought about the work of pre and post abatement cleanup. Who's out there picking up trash? That is a very small team of 11 people called Healthy Spaces that creates such visible improvement in our community. I know right now it is not the prettiest time of year, and with little snow, we see lots of trash. But I want you to all consider that Anchorage has 11,000 acres of green space and over 250 miles of trails. That is the work of Parks and Rec, and often just the work of those 11 people in doing that cleanup. So I am incredibly grateful to bring up the director, Mike Braniff, who will speak to the full scope of work that our Parks and Recreations team brings to all of you, to all of us, and then how that work really dovetails around supporting individuals that are unhoused. With that, and for the sake of time, Mr. Braniff.
Well, thank you, Farina. Like she said, my name is Mike Braniff. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the municipality. One thing I can never help myself, if I'm given a chance, is to brag a little bit about everything that the Parks and Rec Department does, because it's a really diverse group and set of responsibilities that we have. We have a maintenance department, we cut grass, we maintain groom ski trails, ice rinks. We have a horticulture division that's responsible for beautification and a lot of tree services. We operate rec centers, chalets, aquatics. We're operating and maintaining pools. We have a planning and project management team. The group's working through the public process that takes years to bring projects to fruition. We do light construction. We manage more involved construction projects. Like Farina said, we have 224 parks and 259 miles of maintained trail. So we have a lot out there. And we do a lot of miscellaneous work for other departments with a lot of collaboration. One thing I always point out is that Eagle River Chugiak's needs and Girdwood's needs are different from the Anchorage Bowl's needs. And so we juggle all of that. And really that brings us to the last division that we'll focus on here today, and that's Healthy Spaces. Prior to 2021 and the passage of the alcohol tax, the Assembly would fund each summer a group of workers that would go out and would clean, and it would last 5 or 6 months. And it made a big difference. It was a really important part of what we did to keep Anchorage and public spaces looking great. But when the alcohol tax passed in 2021, it created Healthy Spaces, which is a work group that's out year-round, 12 months a year, cleaning Anchorage in areas that are affected by unsheltered homelessness, and really not just through the abatement efforts. I think a lot of people think of abatement when they think of the work that Healthy Spaces does, but it's a group that works 7 days a week. I think most of the time we're not in a period of abatement. Most of the time we're in a period of just general cleaning, responding to community need and requests, and really going where the work is. And so the effort is not limited to just active camps. We're out on the trails, street corners. We're on a lot of heritage land bank property, in right-of-ways. And we haul an average. There are some pretty interesting statistics. I'd love to guide any of you to our website on the Muni page. We haul an average of 12,000 pounds per week. Summer, winter average, it varies seasonability or with seasonability, but it's certainly not limited to abatement. We're always cleaning. We're returning shopping carts whenever we can to retailers that are missing them. We don't want to have to haul those to the landfill. And so I think that's one piece of what we're trying to do with a whole bunch of different partners to really be collaborative in our effort. We're working with other municipal departments, certainly APD, who we've heard from, AFD as well, other government entities, and really the list goes on and on. It's Fish and Game. It's a whole bunch of land managers and people that have an interest in the areas that are affected. And of course, all the nonprofits that are doing really valuable work here in Anchorage. It's been quite an evolution. Although our employees are not outreach workers, I think they play a critical role in that they develop relationships with people that are experiencing homelessness, and they're often the people that make the first call when they see an individual that's in serious need. And that's just because they spend a lot of hours in the field working and cleaning, but also just interacting and observing. I'm appreciative of the mayor and the assembly. In our most recent budget, the budget was increased for the Healthy Spaces team. Ultimately, that results in more positions, more people out on the street and in the parks and the trails cleaning. And I'm very proud of the work that the group does. It's tough work. We do it year round. We do it outdoors in all conditions. And it makes a big difference. And so I thank you guys for the opportunity to tell you more about the group and the work we do, and just a big thank you to all of our partners who facilitate and help make this happen. And by the way, I know landfill passes were mentioned earlier. They gave me a stack of them. So if you would like a landfill pass, oh, and they're on tables, okay. So, well, I'd be happy to get you one too. And I see the mayor has a stack. So, but yeah, thank you all.
Hello again. I just want to remind everyone, we haven't received a lot of questions. We have a few, but just to make sure that you are writing those and waving them in the air so that we do have an opportunity to engage and respond to anything that we haven't been able to address.
Oops, I'm going the wrong way, sorry. Okay, I know we're over time, and I guess that just speaks to the amount of work that's happening that we really want to share with you. So we'll try and go quick. Another one of our priorities that is, again, I think Farina said why she took the job. I think Shirley said why she took the job. This is why I took this job, because improving our response to behavioral health crisis is something I've worked on for a long time and feel is like a really critical need in our community. We actually put quite a bit of resource towards it, and we have incredible teams and individuals working. We don't necessarily always coordinate as well as we could. So that's something that we are working on. We also have some gaps still, and we're here at South Central Foundation. Michelle mentioned earlier today, one of the amazing projects that South Central Foundation is working on is developing a crisis stabilization center, which I did almost cry a little bit when she talked about that today, because it's such an incredible thing for our community. We also we're going to need more than that even. So we're working on that at the municipality as well. I just want to feature one thing today in addition to the mobile intervention team that Lieutenant Fuchs spoke about. I want to bring up Assistant Chief Ben Lewis to talk a little bit about the mobile crisis team and the amazing work they do, as well as some of the other ways that the fire department responds to people in crisis.
Hi. I used to think Thea liked me until I found out that I'm the guy keeping you from lunch. So now I don't, oh, perfect. Perfect. Well, good afternoon. My name is Ben Lewis. I'm an assistant chief with the Anchorage Fire Department. Part of my duties are to oversee our EMS program, our dispatch center, and our mobile crisis team. I want to speak a few minutes about the mission statement of the fire department and how we have adapted and will continue to adapt to meet the needs of set forth in that mission statement. So the mission statement of the fire department is to serve the community before, during, and after an emergency. I think it's a great mission statement. I think it fits what we should be doing very well. But how we accomplish that has changed over the years. In the course of my career, I've watched it change. For example, the traditional sort of way to achieve that goal was very time-based. We as expeditiously as possible, respond to a scene, try to resolve the situation there, and get back in service as quickly as we could. And that still is very appropriate for a lot of responses that we still go on, such as when your house is on fire or your loved one's heart has stopped beating. Like, it's very important that we still get there fast and we try to help very quickly. But the things we're getting called, the things that people call 911 for has significantly changed in the last decade or two. Therefore, our approach needs to change. And we've really changed the philosophy of our responders to, at times when appropriate, slow down, exercise patience, and be more patient and customer-centric in their approach to the people calling. This is especially important when we're talking about those in vulnerable situations, including the unhoused. I'll give you another example. We frequently will get calls today for things like chest pain or shortness of breath, and we'll send the appropriate response. And when they arrive on location, by exercising some patience and time, they find out that that's actually not the root cause of the problem. It's not actually a medical problem in nature. It's something different. And we've tried to adapt and accommodate the changes and those different options that can be available to address the needs. Some of those things are very simple, like we've allowed our responders to provide customer service rides to warming shelters on cold nights, or to the soup kitchen when what the root problem was actually that someone needed a hot meal and a belly full of food. But these folks just have no one else to turn to. And when they have no one else to turn to, they call 911 to the people they know that will respond to them. And we've done bigger things, such as the creation of our mobile crisis team. This is, of course, when our responders arrive on location, and after spending some time with people, they discover that the root cause of why they called 911 is not a medical problem per se, but actually rooted in a behavioral health crisis. And before, we had actually two options for these folks. We would oftentimes reach out to APD for some help, and they were as frustrated as we would be with how to deal with that, or we would take people to, as you probably all are well aware, overrun and overcrowded emergency departments that also have limited resources to help. So we're very proud to say we've developed a mobile crisis team to try to meet those needs. Right now, our mobile crisis team is a licensed mental health clinician paired with a firefighter, EMT, or paramedic. They're in service 7 days a week and 3 nights per week. We've been running a pilot program for the nights. We found great success with our pilot program, and therefore are expanding with the support of the administration and the assembly to full 24/7 coverage. We're in the process of hiring, thank you, in the process of hiring 4 clinicians to accomplish this. We're in the final stages of getting 2 of them on board right now. But hopefully in the next few months, you'll see us available 24/7. We're very, very proud of that. On that note, I did have a clinician here with me today, and unfortunately he was not feeling well and had to leave. But he wanted to make sure that those that are interested in the mobile crisis team, it's a program that the relationships that are built in this room are very essential to the success of that program. And he wanted to make sure I encouraged everyone here, all our community stakeholders, to work with our MCT team. Do not hesitate to reach out to them, and extend an invitation that if anyone in this room would like to do a ride along with our mobile crisis team, that option is available. The best way to access that is just enter through the Anchorage Fire Department website through the muni.org portal, and there's contact information in there, and we can set you up with a ride along, which would be fantastic to have you there for. Finally, I just want to mention a brief word about where we are looking to go. Again, to meet the needs of the community before, during, and after an emergency, we want to be nimble enough and recognize that those needs have changed. And so we want to continue to work with the administration and stakeholders to develop ways that we can better meet those needs. For example, we would like to initiate programs that can address opioid responses. Right now, we show up, we provide Narcan, which is a life-saving intervention, but we don't really have a way. Most people that we do that for are not interested in transport to the hospital for a lot of reasons, right? We would like to offer a service that connects them to a resource to offer like more definitive care and follow-up. We're working with the health department on that. We also would like to address those folks that we run on and that APD runs on frequently that are really stuck in the cycle of the system, because no one's taken the time to really address what is the root cause of their problem. We and APD are oftentimes the first point of contact with those people, and we see them all the time. We'd like to have basically case managers in place, and we're working with the city on that to help better address their needs and pull them out of the system in a positive way that provides them the care that they actually need and the resources they need. Through all that, hopefully that gives you some idea on how sort of the traditional model of the fire department has changed, and we are trying to keep up with what the community, what we know and we hear loud and clear what the community is asking of the Anchorage Fire Department. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lewis. Okay, promise there's 2 more things that are going to be real quick. Okay, one of them is an exciting project we're starting to work on. This really builds from the great work that you heard about earlier in our backyard. Part of what that project did was really pioneered some work that the Assembly partnered on, and they changed some codes and some of our laws. So we're going to be working, we've already started working to identify some locations, look into what types of models for the homes would be most appropriate, and also what type of program. In my experience, people love to talk about buildings and stuff, but really the important thing is what happens inside the building. So I like to start there. We're really interested in expanding what's called a recovery residence, and that's where somebody can get really low barrier access to behavioral health services such as peer support, case management, assessment. And so it provides a location where somebody can live while they become more stable and get entry into that level of service. So we'll be keeping you up to date as that moves forward. And last but certainly not least, I want to bring Brendan Babb up here. He's the head of our I-team, our innovation team. Mayor LaFrance spoke a little bit earlier about how we want you to know what's happening. We want you to know what the data is that we have available and be able to access it quickly. So Brendan is going to speak to us about that.
Thank you. I'm actually the person that stands between you and lunch, so I'll be quick. Basically, we're lucky to be involved thanks to Mayor LaFrance's leadership with a Bloomberg Harvard initiative. We have a data track. We have 2 people here from a site visit this yesterday and today. Lori and Ashley traveled great distances to be here. And we are looking at data around unsheltered people and behavioral health. And then there's also a website component, which I'll get to. But the greatest thing is to have this huge turnout. Thanks for everyone being here. It's always fun on a site visit to show how much the community cares about an issue and is involved. Also, we wanted to see a moose, and so we were going to drive out to the airport, and within 2 minutes, we saw one at City Market, 13th and L, running across. We were at a stoplight and ran across, and it was like I had central casting hold the moose there, but it's the highlight of the trip so far, so that's been great. One of the great things is, thanks to Mayor LaFrance and her involvement with city leadership, is we get to steal ideas from other cities, and we get to share our ideas with other cities. So Ashley and Lori are here. Lori, a week and a half ago, was in Nairobi, Kenya, working with that city. So it's great, this network of ideas. I'll steal ideas from anywhere and share our ideas everywhere. And a point of pride when I travel is to talk about the mobile intervention team and the mobile crisis team. A lot of cities don't have that, and I think it's great work APD and AFD are doing. And so now for data, I love data, and so we have a new website. And basically, we're just connecting to existing resources that already are out there from the great work that Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness has. They have great dashboards. GIS in the Muni has created great dashboards. A lot of this data is from partners in this room. And this is just the start. We're going to improve this, but we wanted an easy way for people to find stuff. So if you go to muni.org/turnthetide, you can go directly to this website, and it'll have links to existing data. And I have cards. I don't have garbage passes like the Parks and Recs guy, but I have these cards here, and they're around, and they have how to call 911 and when you should call 311. They also have a link to the website. It should be easy to remember. And you can't manage what you can't measure. So the more data we have, the more transparency. We want to share this with the public. You people are all homeless data nerds, so you're probably already in tune with this, but we want to make it easier for the average resident to see all the great work that's going on in this room. So thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, breathe a big sigh of relief because we are finally now done, and you will be on your way to lunch. And we will address.
I was supposed to. You're supposed to invite Allie up.
Oh, I would. Okay. Can I do my?
I had one job to do, and I screwed
Here, let
it
me
up.
do the closing first, then I'll invite Ellie up. Okay, so we will get to questions after lunch. We are going to do something awesome, which is this World Cafe. We've got all these community partners here, so we'll have instructions on that after we eat. Also want to, again, remind you there's landfill passes. The woodlots are open. Sign up for the mayor's newsletter to stay tuned. Also, Reverend Michael Burke from St. Mary's wanted me to share that, again, we will be doing a vigil for people who died outside in the last year. That'll be on Saturday, April 19th at 1 p.m. at First Presbyterian Church. So that's right there on 10th Avenue, right across from the Park Strip. And that was a really important, beautiful ceremony last year for those of you who could attend. So encourage you all to come. I think that was my last thing with just bringing Allie up, right? Yes, hooray. Thank you so much for listening to everybody. And I hope that that helps you feel more connected to the work that the municipality is doing. Allie.
It's Allie and Lisa, and we're so quick. Just reminding you, bring it back to the people. Remember, what questions might you ask someone about what would be most helpful? This at your table, or there's more up front. Please jot those down. And then another just quick announcement, the coordinated entry training is not going to happen this afternoon. We're running a little late on things, but if a supervisor wants to get their team signed up, they can email Mac Lyons directly. Just see me and I'll connect you with Mac. So that'll still, Mac's in the back right there. He's waving his arms. Grab Mac and set that up with your team. We want everyone to get the training, but we're just going to accommodate the schedule. Last point from me, please take a moment during lunch as you're milling about the room and checking out all the tables to look at this poster up front. It's really about great dialogues with individuals with lived expertise. And I'd like to say expertise, not experience, because people are the experts in their own lives. So check it out. Thank you, and here's Allie.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, it's lunchtime, folks. We are so delighted to have Turkish Delight here for you all. We have plenty of food. We have many mouths to feed, so many neighbors coming together for today's event. So just as a reminder, it is buffet style. Go ahead and portion with respect to the room and the space with everyone in it. And there will be an opportunity to then go back through the line again and grab seconds. For our flow to access the lunch, we're going to have you walk out the door to my left, your right. But when you look at the door, it's on the left. You'll move through the atrium and then use the doors to flow through the buffet line and then back into the space. So we are going clockwise through the flow. There are vegan, vegetarian, gluten-free options. It smells delicious. Please enjoy. Folks, if you have not already gotten lunch, go ahead and get in line because we're going to move into our lunchtime program, which is a dialogue telling the stories of lived experience or expertise. And that will begin at 1 p.m. Thank you. I think people got a lot out of it. Okay. Yeah. A little disappointed to not have that Q&A option. Well, here's the thing. Yeah. I was wondering, are we going to use these questions when we do our final slide? Yes. Okay, great. Yep. So I think that's actually a great group to have field these questions too. Yeah. So, and then Farina and Jessica both had the same idea, which is awesome synergy, around capturing all of the questions and answering them in writing and then circulating that. Great. Yeah. And then I have a
mic, please?
Okay, everybody. Feel free to continue to enjoy your lunch. We want to get started with the next segment in our program. I'm really honored and delighted to be able to introduce two super amazing, wonderful people that I'm so lucky to have in our community. So you've met Shirley May already. So Shirley May is going to be the facilitator for this. Don't scooch back. Yeah, that's good. Great. And is going to be in conversation with Carl Soderstrom, who is the CEO of True North Recovery. True North Recovery is an incredible organization. I think you heard a little bit about them yesterday. For those of you who were here, True North started in the Valley and is a peer-led, peer-run organization that provides a whole array of recovery-oriented services, both in the Mat-Su, but they're also working here in Anchorage now. They're working in Ketchikan. They work in Fairbanks. So they're really led by their hearts and by their calling to serve the community. And Carl has been gracious enough to agree to share a little bit of his own personal story in conversation with Miss Shirley May. So I'll leave it to you both.
Thank you. So I want to circle back to this morning because I thought of this when the Assemblywoman was talking about the musical chairs and our starting out with singing. You know how magical that was? You know what singing does, right? Okay, people, you already know. You can talk back to me. Okay, you know what singing does, right? That's because you can't see me. It brings us together in one voice. Singing brings us together in one voice. And that's so important because what we want to do in this work is come together many voices, but as one in terms of working with the unhoused. So I am going to give a huge shout out to the Time team because I love you. Now, I'm going to tease you, all right? But I love you and thank you for sitting there and keeping me on schedule. Okay? You accept my love? Okay, good. So I am really, really excited about the opportunity to talk with Carl because as you know, this morning I started out inviting those individuals who are currently unhoused to raise their hand. Then I invited those individuals who have experienced homelessness to raise their hand because we want their voices in the room. Wow, you can't hear me? Oh, that one's not working? I bet this one isn't working either. Is this one working better? Yeah. We want those voices in the room because many of us have not had that experience. And as we see the individuals on the corners, I always say when I see them on by Walmart on A Street that they're having a summit and they didn't invite me to the summit. So I acknowledge that they are there and they are collected together as a unit doing whatever they're doing. But I also think when I see them that that's somebody's father, that's somebody's son, that's somebody's mother, that's somebody's auntie, that they are individuals in our community and they are unhoused, but they are valued for who they are as community members and not labeled as homeless, unhoused. They're individuals currently unhoused right now. So, in saying that, I'm excited to talk to Carl about his experience living unhoused, and we're going to have a conversation. And I gave him a prompt yesterday. One of the questions that we're going to start with, but before I start with that question, can you tell me what your life was like before being unhoused?
Sure. Well, thank you guys for having me. This is certainly a unique opportunity. I think I'll give you like the 90-second version of what it was like. I grew up on the East Coast. Um, Split household. My dad's side of the family, like uber Christian, really great values. My mom's side of the family, all drugs, alcohol, mental health issues, and so I was kind of bouncing back and forth between those two places. And very early on, started with some just pain in the butt behavior that progressed, and I spent the majority of from 12 to 21 in programs of every kind of nature. So,
And how many was in your family?
How many people?
Was it you, your mom, your dad, your brother, and your sister?
I've got no. My parents were always separated, and so I was a single kid with my dad. And then I have two half sisters with my mom.
Okay. All right. And then in this household, you were beginning to say that things start to progress.
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, I'm a person in recovery, right? And for me, that means I haven't found it necessary to take a drink or a drug since April 20th of 2013.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
I did get sober on 420. The party wasn't going to get any better the next day, so it was just a good day to be done. But because of that, recovery has given me an opportunity to be a productive member of my community, to be a husband, to be a father, to be a friend, and to use the experiences that I've had in my life to try and help others, and that's certainly been a blessing.
Oh, good. So you jumped ahead a little bit.
I did a little bit,
and
yeah.
I like that. Okay. I am going to ask you, because again, I'm going to go back to those individuals that are standing on the corner. What led you to being unhoused?
Sure. Well,
I'm always curious about that. Aren't you? When you see people, aren't you curious of what led? You can speak back. What led them? Yeah. Okay.
Well,
this is one story.
Yeah, just there's a lot of different ways I think to arrive there. For me, it wasn't one big thing; it was a lot of little things. And so throughout my teenage years, I was in and out of programs, treatment centers, detention centers, juvie, and then ultimately wound up in prison. And at that time, I was kind of faced with this real truth that there wasn't anyone else left to blame but myself.
Wow. Wow.
I was always angry at my mom or angry at my dad because he wasn't paying attention or whatever it was, and all of my youthful criminal behavior really was just me screaming from the rooftops, I want attention, right?
Wow.
Wow. I stole a golf cart and drove it to my high school, right? But that's
Okay.
not a great idea. When I arrived there, I decided this is when it was like the presidential election of '96 or something. It was when Bill Clinton was running for office, and I pushed a voting machine outside of the school screaming anarchy. I don't think I could have even spelled anarchy, let alone knew what it meant. But that got me sent away for almost 18 months for grand larceny and robbery.
Now, was this here?
No,
this in Alaska?
This is on the East Coast. But,
okay. And when you say East Coast, where?
Long Island, New York.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I say all that to say, it really, that was like, I don't feel seen. I don't have a voice. I want people to know who I am. I want relationships in my life. I wanted to be cool. I wanted to fit in. And that behavior kind of continued. And so, in my early 20s, I knew that there wasn't anyone else to blame, that I had a problem with drugs and alcohol, and something had to give. And
but what brought you to that epiphany?
Prison.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would bring you, wouldn't it? Yeah.
So,
Close encounter.
And it's like, there's so much stigma around folks that have a criminal history. You know what I mean? I was just a runner and a screamer. You know,
Right.
so I wound up having like simple possession of marijuana charges and driving without a license charge, and then I wound up on probation, and I didn't know I had a warrant, and I wound up running, and I knocked a cop over, and that's a big deal. You
It
know?
is. It is. I think he would have paid attention.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I I genuinely didn't mean to hurt anybody. I was literally running, right?
Uh-huh,
And
uh-huh.
you know that when we're talking about like what led to my
Right.
homelessness,
Right.
it was a series of really poor choices, right?
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
the decision to run was milliseconds, and then
Mhm.
then I'm running, you know.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm. Mhm.
um,
Mhm.
so all of that led me to I had destroyed all the relationships in my life. You know, Dad
Mhm.
wasn't sending any money for lawyers anymore. You know, I
Right.
didn't really have any friends,
Right.
and you know, I'm sitting in a jail cell. Like, the, I there's no one else to blame, right?
Mhm.
And so,
Mhm.
like, why do I keep acting like this? Well, it's because I can't stop getting high.
Mhm.
You know, and you're faced with that truth. Um,
Okay, so you were in jail. So when you got out of jail, then did you become homeless?
no, not right away. I'm getting there.
Uh-huh.
So, um, you know, after having that realization that like I needed to have recovery in my life, um, you know, I just think it's really important to like for folks to understand that from the first time I acknowledged that I had a addiction problem to the day of like my recovery journey that I've been sober since today, there
Uh-huh.
was a 10-year period where I knew I needed help. I tried to get help, was getting help,
Uh-huh.
slipped, fell, got in more trouble,
Wow.
you know,
Wow.
all of those things.
Uh-huh.
It was a process.
Mhm.
You know, that fundamental truth of like, you know, I'm an addict and I can't use drugs in any kind of reasonable manner
Right.
or responsible manner.
Right.
That was never gone.
Right.
Um,
Right.
and so I wound up coming to Alaska to go to Job Corps because I didn't want to go to rehab again. Knew I needed to quit.
And Job Corps out in the valley?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
back then they had a program for human services, and you know, I came to Alaska with 6 months of sobriety, 2 suitcases, and some excitement that not only could I like have an opportunity to learn and get into
Right.
the field of helping, um, then it was just exciting, and that's what got me here. And you know, unfortunately, I met a girl,
Yes.
and
Tell us more.
she was really cute and
Uh-huh.
definitely rebellious.
Uh-huh.
And she didn't have a problem like I had a problem
Uh-huh.
with drinking. And after a couple of weeks of us kind of dating, you know, we had a weekend pass from Job Corps, and
Uh-huh.
I had decided that I really needed to teach her and her friends how to drink and party.
Oh,
And
okay. Okay.
so
Uh-huh.
at 6 months of recovery, I took one drink, and the minute that it passed my lips, I had this overwhelming sense
Wow.
of this is going to be bad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
from there, you know, the next 9 months is ultimately what led to me living in, you know, a shed in the woods in the middle of the Meadow Lakes in the valley, and you know, that relapse, somehow I managed to finish Job Corps because I was pretty close to being done with it
Mm-hmm.
at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I started working in my use down here, and I was, you know, just barely scraping by. Had a
Mm-hmm.
really small apartment, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
and then the apartment rent comes up, and you know, I
You didn't have it.
well, I mean, I didn't have it because I was spending it elsewhere.
Right.
You
Right.
know, and then you get evicted and started couch hopping. So there's this 9 month period from I'm doing well, I've got some sobriety, I'm in Job Corps, I've got a plan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm utilizing the services and the steps that are right in front of me to, man, I really screwed this whole thing up.
Uh-huh.
And
And
you
it
know,
was that first date
that wasn't the first date, but it was that drink that like,
led you.
yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
for me in my recovery, like I have real pride in my recovery, right?
Good.
And
Good.
at the time I did too. And so when I took that drink, you know,
Uh-huh.
my value went with it, or my self-worth went with it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then it was kind of like off to the races. There wasn't much I would say no to,
Right.
right? So prescription drugs, coke,
Mm-hmm.
all of
Mm-hmm.
the things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had I was just so miserable.
Did you like you hit rock bottom?
Yeah, I mean I think I've hit a few of those. You know, they define rock bottom as like the point in time which you decide to stop digging. Um, and you know, for me, I decided to jump back in the hole a couple of times and dig some more. But
And so you are now at the ground level.
yeah, I'm pretty almost there. Yeah.
And you're almost there, and you're actually homeless. I remember this story from What is the Meaning of Home, and a young man talking about a very similar story in terms of getting to that place where he knew he had to do something different, but really not there yet. Do you remember the first night you were homeless?
Yeah, I remember the night that I lost my apartment and all of the stuff that went with it, and this like beater car, and drove out to the valley and spent a couple of days on a person's couch that you know, the building, it didn't have running water. I mean, there's a lot of different, I guess, definitions of a trap house, but you know, this was a dilapidated building, and I was pretty bad off, like so bad off that I wasn't really welcome in the house, but I was welcome to like the shed thing on the other side of the property.
Right.
And you know, and that's where I found myself. And I would say, like, I was, you know, in hindsight, seeing some of the folks that I get to interact with today, like, you know, at least I wasn't wet when it rained. You know, even that little piece of wood
Shelter
over my head was something. But I spent probably 3 months there, you know, using in utter despair, and you know, I got to a point where I had a pistol, and I decided that I was either going to get clean or I was going to off myself, and I knew that there were some AA meetings in the town, and it was like 9 o'clock at night. There happened to be a 9:30 at night meeting, and it's like, you know what, I'm going to go to this meeting, and if I feel the same way I do right now when I get back, I'm just going to do it. And that was April 20th of 2013, and so you know,
And that was getting the gun and really making some decisions around you had nothing more to give, or who you were wasn't valuable, no low self-esteem, no support around you. And that's the critical piece, isn't it?
yeah, I mean, all of those things, you know, I couldn't stop using, and
You couldn't.
no, not by myself, and
And we talk about individuals who are out currently now, who you hear that, I'm sure you hear that in your work, where they just can't stop, and we the public said, well, all they have to do is stop, and you're saying you couldn't stop, huh?
I mean, it's a mind twist, you know, and I with absolute certainty had every desire to not keep using. And like there was the whole like I don't want to get sick part too, but it's this like vicious cycle of like the minute that I start to like sober up and like the fog lifts, like I'm just overwhelmed with this like unshakable need and desire to like to take substances and alter my state of mind, and then instantly, like the minute that I used, guilt, shame, I hate myself, why do I keep doing this to myself? And it's a cycle. And it's I mean, those two feelings encompassed, you know, every waking minute I had for months on end, so much so that, you know, I didn't want to not live. I just didn't know how to not keep doing what I was doing. And I felt like I couldn't even call my family anymore. Like, you know,
You burned all those bridges.
you know, it had gone past I'm mad at you to this place of like I just really feel sorry for you. And like I knew I was causing pain to my family every time I called, and like you know, that just perpetuated this feeling of like just worthlessness and better off not being a burden and all the things. And I think a lot of people experience this like this place of not knowing how to get, like,
Right.
what do I do?
Yes,
You
how to
know?
get out of that cycle. And what did you do?
I went to a meeting. I mean,
Good.
you know, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, there are a lot of different pathways to recovery. Like,
Right.
it doesn't really matter how you get there.
Right.
What I've learned along the way is that, like, I just couldn't do it alone.
Right.
And yeah, I think accessing services and using supports, like, I wouldn't say that AA saved my life. I would say that the people there saved my life. Right? And those are the same people that are sitting in this room or working in this field and doing this work. So that was a long story. I'm sorry.
I love that story.
Okay.
But okay, yes. Okay, as he's telling the story, I could feel the rise of compassion in myself. Could you not feel that? You could, because that helps us to understand just a little bit more of those individuals that we see standing on the corners and that we see, that are in motion walking from one place, 15 miles, to another. That gives us another level, not saying that we don't have it already, but it comes into us another way. I have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Tell us how the difference between that young man that was seeking approval and wanted to be a part of, and I know this is the story of so many individuals that are homeless and unhomeless, in trying to find ourselves and who we are, and we all take different directions to find that inner self, inner peace, that we can be in the world and be of service to ourselves and be of service to community. So if you had one, and it could be many, but think of one thing that you could share with this audience that would heighten that understanding of individuals who are currently homeless, unhoused. Now, what would you say?
I think just be present and be patient. You know, I had access to different things along the way, and it was like, thank God I knew that meeting existed and where and why. And the person that told me about it, like, they didn't know when I was going to need it, and had they not told me about that resource, who knows how that night would have played out, you know? And I think, you know, that the people that were there when I arrived gave freely, right? And you know, we do that professionally, but we certainly don't do it for the money, right? Like, you know, people get into the helping profession because they genuinely want to help. We've just figured out how to do it all day, every day. And I think, like, it is so important to recognize that, like, today could be that day. And we have to ignore the, like, 9 days of frustrated, you know, I'm not ready now, or blah, 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 or whatever it is, or the excuses, because any moment could just be that breaking point for somebody. And then I think, like, what was transformative was the gratitude I felt for those people that came to be a part of my recovery journey. And why I so fiercely advocate for, like, peers, and like, it's not just peer support as, like, a service that we deliver. It's about incorporating lived experience into our decision-making trees. Because I really feel like the people, you know, I'm surrounded by people who have similar stories and experiences.
Right.
And because of that, you know, these are folks that are just tireless with gratitude and compassion, and pour that back into the communities, and it's made a huge impact.
Yeah. I have done a very good job. I have a minute to go. But I want to read this quote that I was going to end with my conversation this morning. Thank you, first of all, for your honesty. Thank you for the willingness to help me and help all of us in here that do this work. We know some of the stories, but we don't know all of the story. And so, what it does for me, there's an old Negro song that my mother used to sing. Believe I run on, see what the end's going to be. It inspires us to run a little bit further. And so I want to end with this quote that I found last night. Helping one person may not change the world, but it could change the world for that one person. Isn't that a good note to end on? Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Okay, part 2.
All right, let's give it up for Carl and Shirley May one more time. Carl, thanks so much for telling your story and being vulnerable in a space like this. It's really powerful. I'm Claire Ross. I work for the Anchorage Assembly, and I am here to introduce the World Café. So you've been listening a lot yesterday and today. Does anyone have anything they want to talk about now? Thoughts, things that you want to talk about with others after you've heard? Yeah. And how many of you are feeling inspired to take action, like you need to do something more or something new? All right. Well, that's what this next session is about. It's a chance for you to talk with each other, make connections, and help you figure out your own plans for what you're going to do next. First of all, I want to let you know that you did great work on the lunch, but we have more work to do. There's some leftovers. So please head back if anyone's still hungry and get a little bit more, and then we can work our way through that. So a big part of this summit is about moving beyond identifying the problems to taking action. So the World Café, we had several organizations volunteer to host topics, and we're about to go around the room and set them up. Over here by the windows, we will have the topic of how to engage in homelessness policymaking, and that table will be hosted by the Federation of Community Councils and the HAND Commission. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you a bunch of instructions. If you don't like them, throw out the window, do your own thing this session. We're trying to keep it real flexible so everyone can get what they need. In the back by the windows, we will have how listening to a person tell their story is an act of offering respect and humanity, becoming a volunteer at community venues, listening in the public. Up here in the front, we will have, and that is with the listening post. We will have developing housing and shelter on church land. That will be hosted by St. Mary's Episcopal Church and the In Your Backyard project. Behind them, we'll have how to support youth and young adults experiencing homelessness with Covenant House. Then up here in front by the stage, we will have community volunteer opportunities at shelter sites. In the back of this section, we will have get involved in eviction, diversion, and prevention with United Way of Anchorage. We're setting up signs, so you don't have to remember this. I'm mainly saying this to the volunteers who are putting the sign up so they know where to go. Over here by these windows, we will have education and awareness in reentry and its relationship to housing and homelessness with Anchorage Reentry Coalition. And then in the back section, we will have how to provide employment opportunities for people experiencing homelessness with the Downtown Hope Center and Henning Inc. And so those are the topics. I'm hoping that we have these volunteers who offered to lead the conversations, but if you have work or lived experience in these areas, please join those tables and you can be an expert too. And then we're hoping that those of you who don't have experience in these areas but would like to learn, join those tables, talk about it, see how you can get involved. If you're not enjoying the conversation, feel free to jump up to another topic. We'll We'll have 4 sessions with 15 minutes each. So you can go to 4 different tables if you'd like, or if you want to speed through them, go through them all. If you really like a topic, you're really getting along with the group, go ahead and stay there the whole hour. Then finally, if you start talking about something else with someone and it's really exciting, take it out in the hallway, continue the conversation. Feel free to set up your own conversations and just end tables. Then we also have a number of nonprofits around the room who have tables. You can feel free. Some of those people are hosting the World Cafes, but others will be at the table, so you can go right to them to talk. I think that's about it. I just want to reiterate something Jessica mentioned yesterday, that there's a place for everyone in the coordinated response to homelessness. So if you don't already have a place that you fit in, I hope that you are able to find one during this session. With that, I wish you all good conversations and new connections. Enjoy the World Cafe. We'll have about 5 minutes to get up and move around, and then I'll give you the signal when it's time to start.
Test, test, test. So as you're setting up your groups, feel free to move chairs around and to create a circle or an area for people to sit right around that sign area so that people have a place to sit down. So in each of the areas that you're wanting to have a conversation, feel free to move the furniture and make it work so everybody has a place to sit and you can have a good conversation. All right? Thanks.
All right, tables, if you haven't already started, go ahead and get started on your first conversation.
All right, folks, if you're looking for a place to go, we've got a group right over here. Get involved in eviction and diversion prevention. Come and join this group. That's beautiful, you guys. That's great. Good job. Perfect. That's great. Yeah, that's on the calendar. No, okay. It's not a
Wait for the sodas and champagne.
Add extra body. Thank you. Too crowded, feel free to split. Oh yeah. Another thing is you can split the group in two if it seems like people want to talk or get an opportunity. Oh, between your two groups. Right. I was hoping it to be more conversation and not presentations, but I don't.
I agree with you. I would expect folks to come to us directly if they wanted to have the full thing.
I'll make that announcement before the next session. they're good, it's fine. All right, we are at the end of our first session. Can I have your attention, please? A couple of the tables are really crowded, so I want to suggest that this next time when you change tables to find one that if you get to a table and it's crowded, to find one that's less crowded. And maybe it's a topic that you weren't interested in and you can learn something new from it. Also, table hosts, I want to encourage you to have conversations with your tables and make sure everyone gets a chance to speak and maybe a little bit less on the presenting and talking too. All right, so you can switch tables if you want or stay at the same table if you're having a good time. All right, I'm going to cue you to start your next conversations. We do have a table up here about how to volunteer at shelter sites that we don't have a lot of people, and I know there's a lot of interest in that. So maybe we could get some people to join us for that one up here. All right, let's start the next round of discussions.
Totally, yeah. That's right. My page is always resilient. But like, open houses are not workshops. So that's something to think about, right? It's like, if your community doesn't feel like they own the topic, then they're not going to be the same height or the same way.
All right. We have reached the end of the second session. So I'll give you a couple minutes to move tables. It looks like every table has a good amount of people this time. So let's try to keep that up at the next one. So you can either stay where you're at or move to a different table to learn something new. This is session 3, so you'll have one more session after this. All right, that is the end of session 3. If you have any energy left for another discussion, I'll give you a couple minutes to move tables, or you can just stay where you are and enjoy the conversations. All right, that wraps up our final session. So you're going to have a 10-minute break, and then we ask that everyone rejoin us here at 4 for our final panel discussion. Thank you so much to our hosts, and thank you to everyone for joining in such lovely conversations. All right, we're going to get started on our next session. So please make your way towards your chair.
Close, that means it's on. But if that doesn't close, that doesn't feel like it's on. So we'll get rid of this one. Dead. Great.
So, just ready to start? Okay. I know that it's really, really difficult to stop talking on this side because once you get started, you can't stop. I know that from personal experience. So, but if you can gather in your seats and we will start our last session. and it will be a compilation of the questions that you have sent throughout the day, and then we will work on answering those questions. Well, okay, wait, I have something to tell you. Isn't this amazing? Are you not inspired? Wait, I have to stand up. Are you not inspired? Are you not inspired? Don't you want to go and do more? I mean, I do my work, but this is so good thing I'm almost 80. I won't tell them to stop talking, okay? Anyway, I am so inspired. Mostly 100% because we're in the room with people who want to make a difference. And that's a good space to be in. I was sitting here thinking after I did the interview with Carl, what else can I do? Were you thinking that? No, everybody. Were you thinking that? Oh, yes, panel. Yes. We want to do more, and we're doing good work already, but the work is enormous. And one of the things, if you walk away with nothing else from the last 2 days, is that collectively, just like singing, we can make incremental movements. And down the road, when we look back, as we were talking earlier, you'll see the progress that we've made around housing individuals. Okay, now I can sit down. Okay, so David, do you want to go first? Okay.
Sure. I'll kick us off. Thanks so much. So as I mentioned yesterday, my background is in disaster response. So I'm a pretty concrete guy. I like to work in 24-hour cycles. What's next? What do I do next? So as we, Shirley, May, and I were asked to reflect on themes and talk to this amazing panel of community leaders about their reflections on the last couple of days. But I struggle with those kind of broad questions, so I like things to be made pretty concrete. So Shirley, May, and I spent a little bit of time going through the questions that you all have been submitting and pulling some of the themes out and making them a bit more concrete. So our panelists will kind of raise a hand or jump in. They've got microphones and take the lead as we go. But I wonder if I might start with a question around the tools available to the municipality itself. One of the questions we received was, how do we make sure that units developed in the municipality intended to be affordable units remain affordable units in the future? And I took that as both a technical question and a policy question. So anybody who wants to jump in there.
All right. Well, so from the perspective of someone who works to house people into affordable housing, the best way is to make sure they meet the requirements in order to use the products for affordable housing, that they are voucher eligible, that we can use federal and local rental subsidies, and that those are encouraged through local policy to be used. Right. So we see low income housing tax credit properties, which have various set asides sometimes to ensure some affordability. That doesn't only have to come from the federal government. A lot of some of our partners, like in Dallas, Texas said, okay, we have a lot of redevelopment going on, and we're seeing people who were previously experiencing homelessness get displaced because of rising rents. And so locally, they incentivized through tax abatements or other tax incentives locally to make sure a percentage of those units remained affordable. And we're able to use the subsidies that people often need to make them deeply affordable.
I just had one thing. We have these amazing developers in our community. Cookie-Lit Housing is one, NeighborWorks is another. There's actually private developers who specialize in affordable housing. And the key there is that they're always layering as many different layers of financing that they can come up with. And so the more that we can either make the process go quicker and smoother so that they don't have as much time from when they start the project to when it's completed, and the more we can do the kinds of tools through tax abatement or others that helps those layers of financing go further, and if we can add financing to it, the money goes further as well. So I think the point there is that we really want to like support and amplify the work of developers that specialize in affordable housing, because those financing tools that they're using require that those units remain affordable, and we just need more and more of those.
And I'll just tack on a strong economy, a strong job market, and good wages.
This question is around the indigenous community. Given the unique trauma and impact that indigenous communities have survived, what specific efforts could be strengthened to amplify their impact? That's a big one, huh? You want to try it?
Yeah, I think again, we're right here in the room of South Central Foundation, which is our tribal health partner for the whole region. We have Cook Inlet Tribal Council, another incredibly powerful entity, and then we have many other community organizations that are Indigenous led and run. And I think the more we, again, just the same thing, the more we can really just amplify and support and increase the work that those organizations can do. Those are self-governing organizations that are formed to address and kind of turn back the impacts of colonization that we've all experienced here. And I think the more we can really be led by those organizations, the better our work will be.
You know what, Thea? I'm going to add another component. Hold on to that. That was a good answer. And we are talking about individuals in our indigenous community. And if any of you, all of you who have been working with the homeless, you know that extends out to our newly arrived immigrant communities. And so how is that? Can I use the word inclusivity? Yes, I can. How does that inclusivity reach to communities across the spectrum? Is that yeah?
I don't know if I'm answering that, but I know as an organization that's led by Trauma Informed, right? That is an approach, and also the integration of services. I mean, we could not do what we do without our partners in the space with us. So South Central runs our clinic. Cook Inlet the Tribal Council is on space with recovery services. I had someone yesterday, and I don't see her, but she came up to me and she said, you know, I did one of the tours, and I walked through, and I didn't see any staff that reflected Indigenous population. And I said, that's something that we're actually very concerned about, but we believe the integration of culture, and to have some young person that comes into our space, their culture is first, right? And we do our job in making connections for it. And, you know, through volunteers and elders, we've had elder groups there. So what you might not see in a snapshot does not reflect what is the intent of an organization to make sure that we lead with culture. I think some of the things that I've learned the best have been actually from my Indigenous partners in creating spaces that look more like community, right? When we first built the space, it looked one way. Now it's more in community, where there's 3 rooms together and a community room, a community space. And that's all from learning from our partners and learning how to make a space welcoming.
Yeah, I'll just add on to what Allison just said. I think that there's a few things that come to mind. One certainly is just trauma across the board. And so really making sure that we do understand and really come with a lens of every single person that enters our services, we assume that there is trauma attached to that. So making sure that our response is a trauma-informed response, and that is, there's a lot of training, right? Like there's a lot that we need to do to get our staff in that kind of mindset, making sure that they're always providing choice. They're always providing collaboration, that there's empowerment, that we're creating safe environments, trusting environments. I mean, a lot of these words I feel like I've been hearing over and over and over again throughout this conference, and it's just really super important. I think the other thing, because we are the only, I'm with Catholic Social Services, we're the only refugee resettlement agency in the state. And in fact, I was just at a listening session with several Ukrainian and Afghan folks, and again, gosh, the trauma in that room was heartbreaking, to be honest with you. And listening, just listening to their stories are so, so, so important. But one of the things that's also really important, because we serve so many people that speak so many different languages, is really to make sure that we're doing something about, you know, how many languages is our forms and documents and the things we have on the wall. Getting those in as many languages as we can has been really, really important, I think, to helping people feel like they are welcome and that they know that there's somebody there that's going to, you know, work with them because they see that effort's been made up front.
The last thing that I would add to this conversation is also making sure that individuals have a seat at the table and that seat has power, because there's a difference in allowing someone to be in your space and to share that space, but to have a voice that influences. So as we have this conversation, also internally looking at, are we reflecting the things that we are saying?
So I'm a lot like David. I'm a very concrete thinker. And so one of the things we have to acknowledge is that about 40% of the people who are unsheltered are Alaska Native. And there's generational trauma there. And one thing we do is we don't pass judgment if shelter is available and they say, no, thank you, that's okay. And that the way we can approach that in a trauma-informed way is to provide as much accurate information about the shelter offering being provided, and to keep coming back, and to work with our partners, because I think we need to meet people where they're at. And that is one way to be very culturally informed when we meet them, often in the midst of ongoing trauma while they are still outside.
I just want to share a story, because one of the other things that I think we hear so much about is keep coming back, right? It's really understanding that you have to build that rapport, and you cannot expect that someone's going to trust you just because, you know, you're in a job where you show up. Exactly. So for people that don't know, we have a Third Avenue Resource and Navigation Center. It's on our campus, on the Brother Francis campus, and it's a space where providers gather and people can come and access a lot of different providers in one space. But something that just really stuck out to me is a story that one of my staff members told me. And we had some folks that were camping on Carluck. And this one gentleman would come down into the parking lot, you know, every single day. And he would talk to the staff and they'd be like, come on in, you know, let's connect. I'll connect you with a navigator. Didn't want to do it. And quite frankly, the staff respected that, but they greeted him every day in that parking lot. And after about 16 different attempts, the gentleman decided that he was going to come in. And slowly and surely, like over the next 3 months, he connected to resources, and now he's housed. But it really is about respecting the pace at which they want to engage and just being there when they're ready.
I think I got the more technical, slightly more boring questions, Shirley May. So thank you for that. For anyone on the panel, looking back at the last 10 years as a specific time frame, can you recall a municipal land transfer, it's exciting already, to a local nonprofit? And are there any ongoing efforts that interested community members could join to help achieve a similar process? If I had the Jeopardy music to play, I would be playing it right now. So I'll give them a second to process. That was a meaty question.
It wasn't 10 years ago, though.
Yeah, right. Right.
I can think of a couple examples that are older than that. So the Brother Francis itself actually is, Muni land. I think the building's technically, is it still owned by Cook Inlet Housing? Yeah, and then operated by Catholic Social Services. Another one that was developed in Mountain View is what's called the Mountain View Boys and Girls Club, but really, that center was developed as a cooperative effort between Boys and Girls Club and the municipality, with a kind of 30-year agreement, and that's changing. They're out of the kind of anyway. That's changing now, but that's another like very direct public-private partnership that's existed, and I think land transfers are tricky. I'm not sure about a transfer. Yeah.
We could be a little forward looking, maybe not all backwards looking. So there's some upcoming opportunities. So there had been, as many of you know, a really large encampment near Cuddy Park at the old Federal Archive site. That has been cleared, rezoned, and is being discussed as a public-private partnership. We've been able to work in some public-private partnerships with HLB land and some land transfer there, particularly for affordable housing development or an attempt at affordable housing development. And I say the attempt because it's in Girdwood. It's very expensive to develop down there, but there's a need down there. There are people who need affordable housing, and there are people who are living unsheltered in Girdwood. So I think some of the older examples, we're now kind of revisiting that opportunity and incorporating them into the overall housing strategy.
And I'm just going to tack on very simplification of the process. Does everyone know how land starts being transferred from HLB? Definitely not. Someone makes a request. Okay, so they're not out there looking for people necessarily, but someone says, hey, this plot of land would work really well for our needs. They approach HLB, go through that process.
So if there was a phone number or a person or an email address or a meeting someone should go to make that request or have that idea surface, where and how would that?
You can just go to muni.org and go to the real estate department, and Tiffany Briggs is the person who oversees Heritage Land Bank.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty specific.
Simple. A land, just apply. Meet me at the back door.
I mean, we often will get emails saying,
"Wow,
somebody is inquiring about this piece of land. Is there a municipal department that wants to use this piece of land?" And if there isn't, then Tiffany can kind of proceed with a conversation with that entity. So I think it's worth.
And we're going to assume they are inquiring because they're thinking about doing a project. That's very exciting. Thank whoever for that question. My question next. What activities are on the way to build necessary trust between institutions and indigenous community members? Want me to read again? Yes. Oh, you do? I thought you would. What activities are on the way to build necessary trust, that's the key word, between institution, that's another key word, and indigenous community members? Did you see everybody raise their hand?
Yeah, I've got two examples if you want to hear them. I'll give you two examples. One is the relationship between the municipality and the native village of Eklutna, and the right recognition of their sovereignty, and that is that's a really important relationship that has now begun to bear fruit. We're seeing a regular communication, and we're seeing a level of collaboration and a communication that we have not seen in the past. The other example that I would bring forward is the relationship between the community and particularly the Anchorage Police Department, but public safety in general, and the challenges that we've seen over the last 6 months to a year related to officer-involved shootings and a variety of things, and this desire to bring back the Public Safety Commission and bring it back in a way that allows it to be a really meaningful way for the community to be involved in what's happening in our city. And so that conversation is starting now, so that it's not a simply only advisory, but there is an opportunity for that commission and for people who are involved in it to not only represent the diverse community that we have, but also to have a meaningful role in making sure that they're involved in and informed by and engaged with our public safety. So I'm excited about that work and looking forward to that.
Hey, Cameron, I'm excited about it. I heard about it in other conversations, and you may not know the answer to this because we were just talking about this just a few minutes ago. We can bring that commission back. And
Absolutely.
And how do you make that commission represent the can I use that word? Yes. Diversity in, I'm being facetious, right? Okay.
Yeah.
That how can you work to make sure that there are many voices in that? Because if you're bringing, one group of people that's saying the same thing, then we are perpetuating the same outcome.
That's right, and I think that's one of the reasons why it was sunsetted, because we didn't feel like that it was serving that role, and so in the process of bringing it back, we're going to engage in more of a community dialogue and process to think about how we can ensure that commission is representative of the diversity of our community. So that's one thing, is who's on it, and making sure that those voices are a part of it. But the second thing is, what does meaningful involvement look like? What does that look like? And I think there's lots of concern and hope on both sides, but we want to talk about that. Like, what does it mean to have a meaningful role in how our public safety works? Because ultimately they're serving us as the people of Anchorage. And so I think those two challenges, making it something that's representative and hopefully representative and meaningful throughout administrations, right? So that it's built in a way that it's not subject to the sort of political will. Now that's a big bar to set, but we'd like to try to see if it's something that can survive regardless of the administration, but can be something that can be meaningful, and that the community can feel like is a voice for them as it relates to public safety.
Just one more comment. Meaningful when people show up in the space, and my voice may sound different than what the norm is, but it's still accepted in the conversation. Because if we're all saying the same thing, then we're not getting the diversity that could. I show up in spaces in this Black body, and I'm totally going to think differently from someone else. But what I have to say as a person, indigenous person of color, is just as valid. So that's meaningful. That's what I interpret meaningful mean. Not show up and go along to get along. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, your turn.
Yes. I'll just add one more thing. So I was thinking all day, actually, today, Shirley, about something that you said, which is the nothing about us without us, right? And we were talking even about that in one of our refugee conferences this afternoon. And so one of the things that we've kind of partnered with the coalition, and I'm on the advisory council for the COC, and I think it might have even been a grant from the Humanities Forum. I'm looking at Lisa. Is that true? Is a dialogues grant, and it was a grant that allowed us to bring people together to hear the voices of people with lived experience. And I do think that really is just a really crucial part of everything that we do. So we did have our initial meeting, and really want to take the information that we were provided to really start thinking about solutions that'll work for the people who are experiencing in this space.
And that's hard work too. It's not easy work hearing opposing view. It really is hard because you want people to go along. It is hard work, but it's important work.
Thank you so much for those answers. We heard a lot about the limited funding opportunities from the federal government this morning, and I think we've all acknowledged we don't have enough resources. For folks who are members of the community here in Anchorage who are looking for the actions they can take to help amplify those opportunities or help gather additional resources from the federal and state government, maybe not in the leadership role that you all have, but in their roles, are there specific action steps you would recommend as service providers or municipal staff that they could look at or think about as they look for action steps getting up from today?
Vote for the bonds.
And I'll take a swing at this. I would say advocacy. Talking to your local representatives, talking to your senators. It's not just the municipality or your nonprofits that should be raising the concerns about funding. What happens in our city happens to all of us. And so advocacy, we had tables around, and I know that advocacy was one that we heard and that Thea and I have heard loud and clear from many of our community members on how do we elevate this issue beyond you, beyond the people in the room. And that's a collective voice. And I think sometimes that gets lost is the power of our voices. Our elected officials are our elected officials. And if they're not moving on the issues that create the impacts that we want to see, then you have to make those voices heard.
I'll just add on, how do you make those funds multiply versus being a one-time drop in the bucket? And the example I'll give, and I love Beans Café, right? Beans Café does a great job of feeding people, but how do we feed less people? Meaning, how do we get more people out of the system? We bought hotels. That's a lasting impact. Those dollars were invested and they continue to make a return every single day versus it's gone. And sometimes you need to do, it's gone. Some rental assistance is a good example. It's a one-time drop in the bucket, but it's powerful.
I don't know that I'm going to be the one that brings up taxes or public support, but I might be. Yeah, get ready. No, I mean, I know one of the things that I loved most about Alaska was it felt like I wasn't taxed for everything, right? And that's just being honest, right? I'm from other states, and there's an income tax, and there's all kinds of various sales tax. If we as a city want to care genuinely for all things and all issues that make it better, there does need to be some aspect of whether it's seasonal or what, that a resource is brought into this community. When we talk about the things that has happened since COVID and some of the public dollars, Chris Constance talking this morning, I remember the days there was zero public dollars in Covenant House and Catholic Social Services delivering all the services. It was private investment. But we were also a smaller organization delivering one or two services. So I think that if we think about it, it's definitely not something that I will be getting fan mail about, or that I will actually probably take a political position on. But there does need to be the resource that comes in. And when you look at communities, we can fix the HUD. We can work hard to fix HUD and what their calculation of that is. But until then, right, is there not a way that we as individuals, may contribute in some way? As long as you're not going to be mean.
Nope. I'm not. Actually, what I have to say is very complimentary. Alaska and Anchorage are very thrifty places. You get a lot of bang for your dollar. We know how to stretch a dollar that frankly only has 70 cents of purchasing power. And the message I like to always take back to the federal level is that dollar you bring in to help us with homelessness or housing or food security, we multiply. We come together and we braid it with something else and we leverage it with something else. And it's not always dollars. A lot of people in this room and a lot of people in our community help us leverage our dollars through people power. You volunteer, you're in it with us. And I think our in it together attitude back to our delegation, back to Washington, is unique and it's powerful. Every time I go to Washington, D.C., they're like, how are Alaskans doing? We are Alaskans, and we are not rural versus urban or Anchorage and the rest of the state. You hear these narratives. When it comes down to it, we all pull together. And in housing and homelessness in particular, I've seen it again and again and again. So if you're going to engage in this advocacy, which I truly hope you do, I hope that you really emphasize that we're a community and a team working on it together.
Before I turn it back to Shirley, I'm going to give the panelists a heads up on the last question so you can start to think about it. What is the action step you're going to take from today's and yesterday's sessions after you get back on Monday? But Shirley, why don't you take it from there?
Okay. Recognizing that efforts focused on the individual and the focus on the community are different. I'm not sure if that's that or what. What feels like it's missing from the current approach? I'm going to read that again, not for you, but for me, okay? Recognizing that efforts focused on individual and the focus on community are different. What feels like it's missing from the current approach? Wait,
So I did
is
the
it a current
summarizing.
approach to housing?
I think it was specifically looking at the approaches the municipality. I use the phrase municipality
Okay.
synonymous with community, but I recognize that's not helpful in this context. So, what efforts that the community has underway focused at the community level as a whole and at the individual level, are there components or actions that feel like they're missing from the
equation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the equation.
Okay, so I talked about this earlier in terms of the grassroots community effort, and there are a lot of those, and that people are just stepping in, leaning in, to use your word, leaning in to help just because. Okay, and so then the question is, what feels like it's missing from the current approach? Oh, I know the answer to it, but I'll let you know. I know the answer.
I know in the space that I sit, prevention, doing more things upstream, doing more things, if we want to get into a space that the right resource exists at the right time for the right person, then we also have to control what is coming into the space, and so I think that there's systems work is missing. I don't want to call out any of my particular friends, but we're trying to do some work with the Office of Children's Services. When 60% of the young people in our space are touched by foster care, I think that's an issue that feels like it's missing from our ability to manage the inflow.
Yeah.
I'll jump in with two things. One, first is the state. And second is, I think we can do a better job of engaging the Alaska Native community and our Native corporations.
You said the first thing was the state?
The state.
Can you say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I feel we don't get a whole lot of help from the state. I mean, Anchorage, like or not, we're a focal point of homelessness in Alaska. And we need a coordinated effort across the state to deal with this problem. I used to say, hey, if Anchorage can't deal with this, how do we expect smaller communities to deal with it? I've actually reversed that opinion, that really the smaller communities are the best place to focus to prevent it from happening in the first place. Because we all talk, big shelters don't really work. Smaller shelters, smaller engagement, personal engagement works.
Right. Thank you. You ready?
Trying to think of it. Is that on? Yeah. How I want to answer this, because what really came to mind for me right off the bat, I'm going to use the word education, but I do really think so much about trauma and how trauma affects behavior, and how if there's a way for us to help people in the community understand that so much of the behavior that we see is trauma driven. And what does that mean? And how do we respond to that? I think that that's just a really important topic. One of the things that I guess maybe I've just seen so many of even our case managers who, once they kind of went through trauma informed care training, the shift in their thinking was monumental. And there's a phrase that we use a lot, and maybe many of you have heard this, but it's not what's wrong with you, but what happened to you. And I do think that that is a really powerful way to approach things. I'll tell you, it's helped me tremendously just in my life. You want to think about my relationship with my kids, right? It's like, gosh, what's going on here, right? Like, what happened? What happened that you're behaving in this way? Not what's wrong with you. That doesn't get us anywhere. So I think education around that could be really powerful.
There is a book that Oprah wrote, and I don't remember its name. And the essence of the book is the question. The book is about trauma, but the essence of the book is what happened to you. It's really a good book. And if you ask me later, I can get you the name of the book.
Are there local community or online resources that have been really good at trauma-informed care training? So if somebody in the audience just heard that amazing thing that you said and they're like, I want to know more about that. Those are new words. Where would you send them, or what?
Oh, that's a great question. We have a lot of material about that at Catholic Social Services, and really stuff that we're more than happy to share. We have a very quick, simple PowerPoint that I think really has helped a lot of people just kind of at least scratch the surface. I also think, Shirley, what you were saying about that book, I think that's really important. There's also a gentleman named Bruce Perry, and he's got, yeah, and he's phenomenal. And he has a lot of books on trauma, and it is, in my mind, I think is very, very enlightening. I think they're tremendous.
And I think the original question was what was missing in the approach. Yes. To piggyback on what Allison and Robin both said, we don't have enough prevention and diversion. So stemming the inflow is critically important. So really thinking about how do we look at resources when resources are scarce. Often we are in response and react. And so being able to shift the lens to look forward so that we're stemming that. And then also taking our lens up to that 10,000 foot level and looking at our system and saying, is our system trauma informed? The coalition has the wonderful little man on the table, and it is the best example of are we really being responsive and trauma informed as a system when the services are resistant to the person?
So I think the thing that's missing right now is curiosity a little bit. We get into, excuse me, the day-to-day and dealing with the issue, right? And maybe don't always get enough time to be curious about what else we could be doing, or how we could pivot or innovate or iterate in the moment. We're like, oh, that's not working, but now we're on to the next emergency or the next crisis. And it's really important that we continue to think about what we're doing, how we're doing it, and what's next. Because something new will always show up. Something unexpected will always show up. And that we should do it together. I think I've called both Allison and Robin at some point in my time and said, hey, I got an idea. How's this sound? Right? But we have to have that trust in that and you have to be able to have those thought partners and get curious with them. And I think we need to do that more maybe in the community space, is to throw out some ideas, and maybe they won't all land, but I think there's a lot of credibility in doing that publicly and with our community partners.
I think Jake said it, gratitude and grace, right? I think that at times some of that is missing in the space, right? I know even allowing organizations to evolve into different spaces, a lot of times we're held on to what we used to do and how we used to do it. And I think that requires gratitude and grace, right? And often, we're kind of out there in spaces of innovation. And really what that is that's curiosity of an amazing staff that wants to figure out something different, right? And they're curious. What if we try this? And giving people the opportunity to try something without actually having to know the conclusion of it. And that's a scary space at time to be in, but I think that allows us to be brave. That allows us to try things and be bold.
For the last 5 years, I've led something for the department called Housing Central Command, and our focus is how to centralize rehousing in a jurisdiction. And one of the things we start with is the frontline staff. And we go out at midnight with the outreach teams, we go out at 5 a.m. with the outreach teams, and we try to really recognize we have to validate that investment of time. And I talk a little bit about it's hard to step away from doing the work to think about the work, and I hear that echoing in what you're saying. It's so important. And Allison, I think what you just said about letting people be wrong. Another thing we do on our team is we use the straw man arguments, and I will just assign somebody to start something, and then we'll just go from there. But I need you to start writing. I need you to bring the team to something to start with. And it takes a while to train folks out of that fear of being wrong if you really want them to show up and be creative. So it's exciting to hear you talk about that. So with that in mind, don't be afraid to be wrong. What's the one action step you're going to take away from our time over the last couple days? And we'll start carrying with you, go this way, and zigzag down to Meg.
Oh. Well, I serve as co-chair of the Committee on Housing and Homelessness, and unfortunately, my partner in crime is rolling off the assembly. So, my step is to find a new partner to help with that work, and to continue to make sure that is a space where we're convening conversations just like this, where we're bringing voices together to have conversations about practical things that we're doing, and ensuring that we're investing in this in a meaningful way as an assembly, and that we're creating policy that allows us to accomplish our goals. So that's my step.
Mine's more of an action, and I'm going to ride with Ruth and Tanya of the Hope team to help my personal firsthand knowledge of homelessness.
I am trying to get some money from the state. So I have a grant application I need to finish for crisis stabilization. And then I'm also going to be hopefully inviting many of you to a meeting to kick off our soon to be renamed homes project. Yeah.
I know you didn't ask me, but I'm going to throw my voice in there. So Keys to Life is a small nonprofit. Not small in diminished small, but we do not have a $500 million budget. But what we do have, we use. And we use that money to tell people's stories. Because when we humanize all of us in the community, we feel better about ourselves and we feel better about our community members. So we are continuing to do stories. We are doing a sunrise camp, trauma-informed camp this summer for kids whose parents are incarcerated. We're doing a film production of 2 immigrant women from Africa who came here and have made Africa their home. So it's those little steps that become large steps because they are needed.
So, Shirley, if I want my child to come to your camp, where do I find out more information about that?
So you just go to Keys, and we, although it is Sunrise Camp for kids whose parents are incarcerated, but we're bringing in other kids, like they can bring their friend. So you just go to keystolifealaska.com and sign. Last year we had 43, and it came out of a conference like this. I was sitting, and I thought, oh, nobody's doing anything for kids. We've done work in the prison with mothers and music, and the board, my Keys to Life board said, okay, go for it. And so we're the second year. And when I put in my first grant, it was the day about no federal grants, blah, 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 I put it in anyway.
I think one thing I've heard a lot in this room over the last couple of days has been really about not just collaboration, but also do we know what our partners do? And I do feel really fortunate because, we operate the Third Avenue Resource and Navigation Center, and we have 50 partners that come and share that space with us. So it's kind of a wake-up call for me because I thought, I feel like I know a lot about what my partners do, but I'm hearing that I'm kind of siloed in that space. So I think there's a real opportunity for us to think about how are we sharing and really getting the word out about what all those partners do. So yeah, I want to get with my staff and really think about how do we talk about this in a deeper way so people are really feeling connected.
It's been a lot over the last 2 days. So I think the most truthful thing that I can say is that I'm going to take some time to think about all of the wonderful and inspiring conversations that I've had, the partners that I've had the opportunity to meet that I had not met before, to really determine what's next so that we are stopping to think before we do, which was quite apt because in municipal government, things move very quickly, and so you're on to the next. And I don't want to disrespect the time, the energy, and the space that everyone gave over the last 2 days by not really steeping myself in what we heard so that we move forward thoughtfully.
So you asked us what we're going to do on Monday. Before Monday, I would say, I'm going to figure out how to take care of myself. And I want each of you to do the same thing, right? We've got to keep the oxygen going to us. And that's really hard. And we feel, we know people are blessed with various things, but even kind words to people that you see, that's oxygen to me. So one, that's what I'm going to do before Monday. And then Monday, I'm going to answer your phone call.
Yeah, so I'm going to do something before Monday as well, which is I'm going to check in with my staff, and I'm going to thank my staff for doing tremendous work, and our AmeriCorps volunteers and all of our partners. We have a lot of thank yous because pulling off these 2 days and creating this space to do this really thoughtful conversation was a lot, kind of echoing your self-care. Monday, I will find myself in DC, geared up and ready to go at the National Low-Income Housing Coalition's conference. And we have some great meetings set up with our delegation, both senators and the representatives. So we are coming armed and ready to advocate for housing and homelessness with our Balance of statewide partners and some of our affordable housing partners. And we will do that in partnership and in community. And we will go and take a lot of the learnings from these 2 days directly to DC with us.
Great. Big round of applause for our panel. Thank you all.
That's me. Hi, everyone. Well, you guys can stay or go or just surround me with love. But I'm going to do a few things. First, as Meg said, I'm going to give a few thank yous because there's a lot of thank yous to give out. So first, I want to thank South Central Foundation, Nuclear Learning and Wellness Center for this incredible space and allowing us to be here. The Alaska Coalition to End Homelessness, Meg and her entire team just did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Allie and Lisa, thank you for planning this and organizing this. Fantastic job. Our many nonprofit partners who tabled, and our neighbors who led the World Cafes, and our neighbors with lived experience who shared their stories. Thank you so much for all being here and for contributing so much to this conversation. Thank you to Mayor LaFrance and her entire team. We learned a lot about what they do. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the work you do. The AmeriCorps team, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you. And of course, my colleagues on the Assembly and our team as well, thank you for the work you do, and thank you for being here today. As we come to the close of this two-day conference, I want to take a moment to reflect on what we've experienced together. Over the last 2 days, I've heard from so many corners of our community. We began with providers, the people on the front lines every day, offering care, housing, food, and connection to those in need. We heard powerful updates from the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness and learned about the breadth of work already happening in our city. We heard stories from people experiencing homelessness, voices that remind us that this work must always be centered in humanity, in dignity, and in inclusion. We heard the truth that nothing about this work should be done to people, it must be done with people. We heard more about the municipal services at play, Parks and Rec, first responders, public health, all showing up every day on behalf of our city. We heard from advocates, from families and citizens who deeply care. We reflected on where we've come from, how the system has evolved over time, and how much we still have to do. And we've heard a bold vision for the future from the mayor, from the Assembly, and from many of you. A vision rooted in housing, in coordinated and shared responsibility, a vision that calls for doing things differently and doing things together. This gathering has surfaced a clear theme, this unique time in Anchorage, a moment where we are aligned in not only possibility, but what's been clear over the last 2 days is that if we get in the same room and we share our stories and share information and perspectives, we open the door to something bigger that any one of us can't do alone. There's a phrase that keeps coming back to me, I can't hear you until I feel heard. And I think that the invitation is in front of us to make space for each other, to understand each other's perspectives, to move from conflict to collaboration, because this, at its core, is a human endeavor, and the more we lead with that truth, the more progress we'll make. For me personally, this has been a full circle moment. I don't know if you guys know this, but 20 years ago, I served as the Director of Program Services at Catholic Social Services. I was there when the Brother Francis shelter was being built, the new one, and I helped oversee programs like Clare House and St. Francis House and others. I was also part of some of the early conversations on the homeless information system that we now use today. And so it's amazing to look and see all the progress that we've made over that period of time. But let this not be the end. Let this to be the beginning, a first step towards deeper collaboration among municipal government, nonprofit leaders, business leaders, advocates, and most importantly, those who are directly impacted by this work. We need everyone at the table, we need to stay in relationship, and we need to keep listening. So thank you for the work you do, thank you for the love and energy you bring to this work, and thank you for believing in what's possible when we do it together. Thanks so much for being here over these last 2 days. It's been a real honor to be part of it. Safe travels back home. And that's it. I'm going to end. Anything else? Oh, survey. Oh, wonderful. Good. Let's take the survey. What's the question? Tell us how we did. All right, folks. Thank you so much. Give yourself a round of applause.